I figured I'd pick a real Cyberpunk game to theme this podcast around.
Oh God, it's just getting worse and worse. There's that one Castle Super Beast video clip that keeps like getting just shared into my home screen, and it's always relevant. And it's reset the clock.
Oh, okay. I was.
And it's just every single time.
Time extended.
Right. And I try not to retweet so much because I know that our mutual friend, Mr. Jose, really likes that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a lot of people in chat who also like that game quite a bit. But it's also one of those things where it's like, it's hard for me to not go into the details as to why it's a big issue. Because now, with the thing we'll talk about later, it's just gotten worse. Like the thing that I wanted to happen, like the progression of events that I wanted to happen is actively happening.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not making me feel any better, but it's also just like there's a weird vindication to it all. But it's like watching like someone say like you're watching someone do something you know is going to set something on fire.
Yeah.
And then it does.
And you're like, oh, well, I told you.
Well, I told you. But then it burns down the room.
Yeah.
And then it like horribly scars somebody.
Yep. And you're like, well, I told you.
I told you. And then, and then suddenly someone dies. And you're just like,
I told you.
I told you.
Well, hey.
And just every single time you're just like, but I told you guys. I fucking told you guys.
Listen.
It's so bad. So, I suggested to Mr. Maxx that we do another episode. There's not a whole lot to report on. Just some cool stuff here and there that I posted in his Discord. But
you say cool. I don't think there's I wouldn't constitute a single one of these stories as cool.
I think the Eve stuff is pretty cool. That stuff came out, and then obviously. Big mommy milkers.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
One of them is very problematic.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder how that's going to go down.
And the other one is an Eve story.
Yeah. Oof. But I figured just do it because we started this. I decided to start an RSS feed for the podcast. I'm going to try to work with Max to finally get some audio versions of the podcast going, and we're going to upload them on Spotify.
Hey.
So now we finally have another avenue for people to start listening. Hello to everybody coming into chat. Remember, we do this live, and occasionally we will turn to chat and actually answer something every now and again.
You're so right. No, we don't.
Oh, wow.
Because the podcast is not for them. The podcast is now for our YouTube and Spotify listeners.
Damn.
Everyone, unified experience.
So those of you at home, he minimized the window. No. So
I'll look at it.
Fine. So yeah, probably gonna be a little bit shorter, just because it seems like you've had quite a weekend in the sense that, well, I haven't seen you or talked to you since the fated 12-hour stream of Jump King.
True. Nobody has.
I did see you like playing, I guess, Divinity.
Yes, and so I have two games primarily to talk about.
Cool.
And those two games being the two stream games from the last week and a half or so, which is Divinity and Jump King. And I guess I'll just take the lead then.
Right to you.
We'll start with Divinity because it was the least life-changing. So we streamed Divinity Original Sin, or Divinity 2 Original Sin, but they're both called Divinity Original Sin.
Yeah.
I've been calling it Divinity 2.
Just Div 2.
And if you get mad at me, then that's you. We played it on the stream, played a couple hours, and I thought it was like a pretty good time. And I was like, all right, yeah, that was decently fun. Maybe I'll take a look at it again sometime, but I'm knees deep in Yakuza 7, which I still am. Game is still good. Don't have really much else to say about it right now.
I thought you were close to beating that.
I am. I'm like 3 chapters away, but I haven't touched it because a day after the stream, Austin had started, a friend of the podcast, Austin SV, started playing it again as well because he had it for a long time, and I guess he was also just kind of curious. And he didn't even know it was like a turn-based game, so like he got really into it, And then pretty much the next night, he's like, hey, do you want to just try out co-op and see how it works? I'm like, all right, yeah, we'll play for like an hour or something.
Right.
And we ended up playing from, I think, 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So you're having fun.
It didn't work for Crusader Kings.
But it clicked for this one.
The getting out of my comfort zone and trying a weird thing I don't understand didn't work for the what do they call those? The map games?
RTSs?
No, not RTSs.
Oh, 4Xs?
4Xs. Those didn't work for me. I get Divinity 2 to the point where even right now, all I'm thinking about is my explosion mage class that I want to try making later.
Oh, fuck, I need to go pick it up then. And join alongside you guys.
Yep.
Can I join mid-campaign?
And so that's what we tested last night. Because Austin was like, so you want to play more Divinity 2? I'm like, I'll play for a little bit. Midnight to 7 a.m. later.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. Sort of. It is drop in, drop out. So let's say I'm playing my campaign and I pick up my NPC followers and I start building them and all that. Mm-hmm. At any point, you can join and just hop in, and I'll just give you whatever party members I want you to control.
Okay.
So if I have 3 other party members and 3 of my friends join, I'll just give you, all right, you get to be Red Prince, you get to be the Lizard, you're the Rogue. I hand you out, you have full control, and then at the end, you just give them back to me, and I save, and that stays on my end. If we all start a campaign together, I suppose the idea is that instead of having those party members, those preset like story members, on my file, it would just be the same way, where as soon as everyone leaves, if I was the one hosting it, my game, I could continue single player with all our characters. And then at any point you hop in and you take over your character again, or we both take over 2 other people's characters.
So I got to pick this up quick so that you guys don't get so far ahead in the campaign.
No.
And it wouldn't make sense for us to not just start one with custom characters.
Whatever it is, we would have to start again.
Oh, okay.
Just because you progress pretty quickly in that game, to the point where I have now started a new game like 3 or 4 times and gotten to the same point, just trying stuff.
I feel bad. I don't want
to. No, but because it's fun to go, because every time I do that, and then I have an NPC like spec into a different class, and then I try them out, I'm like, oh shit, it's actually kind of cool to play as an elf rogue, because the elf has an ability to gain more action points mid-turn at the with boosted damage at the cost of like their constitution or their health.
Right.
And then like, so then you try that and you're like, while you're playing the elf rogue, then you're like, okay, I'll have the skeleton boy stay as a necromancer this time. It's like, oh shit, well, necromancy's actually kind of cool. So next time I hit new game, I'm going to make so like, for me, because I'm not really following like the story. The story part is not that interesting to me. I think the most interesting part is me and Austin playing, and we get to the mission where on stream we had to find like a dog had their like dog friend kidnapped. Right. If you have the skill that lets you talk to dogs, you can find out. It's like, okay, my friend's being held in this cell. We found that dog, and the dog was behind a locked gate, but it was like a metal fencey gate, like one of those, and then it was kept in a cage. And so already Austin is like, all right, so I have to go. We got to get a key for the gate, or we got to get a lockpick strong enough for it, and then we have to get another lockpick for the cage they're being held in. And then you started to walk away, and I'm like, wait a second, Austin, you still got that teleport spell, right? Just teleport the dog straight out of that fucking cage. And I'm like, well, there's technically 2 walls between us, but I do have line of sight. And so what it turned into was teleport someone past the gate, give them the gloves that let you do the teleportation spell over and over again, teleport the dog from the cage to outside of the gate, give the gloves back, and then teleport that guy back out of that room. And so we solved that whole thing without ever setting foot into that room. And as soon as we did that, I'm like, I get it. I get why people sit down with their funny hats and their trifold posters and their little miniatures. And like,
RPGs have always been like an incredible, like real RPGs have always been incredible. They've always been just really fun, and even like the smaller scale RPGs, like or more like AAA centric ones that are closer to action games and stuff like that. I always like look at my favorite one that I always reference is Deus Ex.
Yeah.
And even then, just the small bits and choices, and the amount of choice that you actually do end up having in that kind of affair, like the idea that I can look at something and problem solve and use particular parts that I've like my character build, and I'm not locked out of something. It just means I do something differently.
Yeah.
Is the best part of like RPGs for me, where it's like you are actually a person in that world who uses the character, and you have skills, and like, okay, you see someone else, like especially in competitive or like co-op games like that, you see somebody else's ability and you use that. And that's like why it's like I always get so frustrated that a lot of co-op games nowadays are very much based around just like, especially like quote unquote co-op RPGs are just like the Borderlands thing, right? Where it's just about...
It's a looter. It's a schlooter.
Yeah.
You get the gun with the bigger number on it, and there's a lot of getting things with bigger numbers on it in this game. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of numbers in this game. But it does what I always wanted, which was take all of the freedom that a tabletop RPG gives you
and put it in a video
and
game.
just fucking automate that shit and put some graphics on it. My imagination sucks shit. But
if you give me the tools,
just give me the tools. And the thing that's really wild to me is a feature that I don't know if we'll ever make use of, and I don't know how many people actually do. Game has a full game master mode.
Yeah, it's a D&D mode. Straight up.
Make your own campaign, make your own maps, your own items, your own story, and then one person can play GM to 4 other people and control all the enemies and bosses and how dialogue plays out.
See, so the guys in our Discord that like habitually play RPG, like they've been playing the Cyberpunk RPG.
Yeah.
Been playing a lot of D&D.
Yeah.
I would put them in charge of something like that. Like that'd be a stream I'd love to do. Get one
put
of them
in charge and then put us through it.
Yeah,
that would be
really fucking cool.
That'd be a fun idea.
Because I know that you and we're both creatives, but in the sense of like we're just pretending to be half the time.
I've always felt like if I wanted to do tabletop stuff, I'd want to put the work in, because the GM side of it seems like a lot more fun to me.
Yeah. I mean, like we've both wanted to create video games, and we both, I'm sure, have had like whole like development decisions and design things that we've thought about, and that's effectively what DMing is that it's essentially you are just the guy who's doing that, but it's obviously at a much more tangible level, where it's just like you're just a lot more thought, a lot more imagination, but that part of it is really fun.
So in my brain, when I see something like this, where again it automates a lot of I don't have to worry about like remembering what everyone's sheets of paper say and who has what skills and what, anything like that. When I look at a game master mode like that, a part of me wants to fool around with it a bit. I don't know if I will. I probably won't.
There's a lot of apps that people can use, especially now in the heyday of the pandemic. I've noticed a lot of people who they do these sessions, and there's a lot of like applications that people can just sign into.
Oh yeah, no, we used it for when I tried Lancer.
Yeah,
with a couple of the stream boys.
Yeah, because I'm bad at math.
Yeah,
always. But if you can show me the math to my face, and I can just get a small explanation of it without having to do it in my head, okay, yeah, I'm in. Yeah. I fucks about with the RPG, but other than that,
So yes, I am enjoying Divinity to a surprising degree, and the fact that there is so many mods and workshop support where it's just like, download this mod, you have a full musketeer class now with 20 skills and unique weapons and bullet crafting and different ammo types that you combine with the different skills, and it's like, that's just a mod for free. Throw it in there.
That's Insane. I want that. Because I love guns.
Yep.
I love guns in fantasy settings because they always are just crazy.
Yep. You're setting turrets down and setting down like satchel charges of different elements around the map. And I think the fact that it's turn-based is more appealing to me too. I don't know. The other one, the other Western RPG top-down game.
It would be hard to not to like. Okay, so the problem with like having so many like options, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the battles being built around those, like, because battles are effectively always going to be numbers. When you make something action, it's almost always intrinsically down to player skill, and then when you try to move that away from that, it feels weird. A really good example of that, I think, would be a lot more of, once again, Deus Ex, where if you don't spec into combat does not work at all.
Morrowind is the other example.
Yeah.
It's like, you can stand in front of that guy and click on him as much as you want. If your skill isn't high enough, miss.
Exactly. Yeah. So tying stats and like all that kind of shit to something that is active, I've always found to be not great, because the idea that like my bullets will just magically miss, or my slashes will magically just miss, and there's no animation for it, right? There's almost, in any game I've seen of that nature, there's never like you don't see them weave out of the way or anything like that. It's just, nope, flat hard miss.
And I will say, as much as a numbers turn-based RPG that Divinity 2 is, I'd say the amount of it leans a lot more towards just situational awareness, map awareness, positioning. It's like if you're the same level as the enemies in the room, as long as you're not totally outnumbered, and even sometimes when you are, you can get out of it if you know that there's a puddle over there, and I can cause an oil slick over there, and I can freeze that water and have someone slip next to the oil and then blow everybody the fuck up. Now they're on fire. Throw poison on them. They're going to blow up again. Like, again, the freedom comes through where it's like, yeah, I might not have a high enough strength stat to get through your physical armor, but if I just keep blowing you up, you're not going to have enough magical armor to get through this.
What I don't get is that there's, like, because I was thinking about this today with reading the shit that we're going to talk about a little later.
Yes.
And it's like, there are so many AAA organizations and companies and devs that could do this. That could, with the money that they have, they could actually reinvent the wheel and include these elements into traditional video games and actually push the medium forward. Mm-hmm. But it always feels like fucking AA or even indie companies are the only ones that are actively trying to do that. Whereas like a AAA is so fixated on the boardroom fucking, focus group testing that it's like they sit there and see stuff like that and they go, well, that seems too difficult for the common person. But it's like, I hate the fact that no matter what, the like people who have the most money to do the coolest things are always treating us like idiots, and can never give us like the benefit of the doubt and go, maybe if we just include an option to do this and then just turn it off for people who don't want it.
Yeah. But even then, like, by comparison, I look at the skill tree in Cyberpunk from the little I played, and I saw how winding it was. I'm like, I'm just not going to worry about that for now. Because everything was, like, incremental stat increases.
Yeah.
And again, I'm just going to keep stroking this game's dick. In Divinity, a game that I thought would be nigh unapproachable, because it is a very traditional...
CRPG.
It's a CRPG. Really, it's, do you want to throw fire better? Update pyrokinesis. Mm-hmm. Upgrade that when you got a point for it. Do you want to hit harder? Strength. Do you want to stab better? Finesse. That's it. Everything just has a very clear, it's just a word. Constitution. Your health will go up. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
it's
then,
not
and then
that
like,
hard.
Right, but then you look at the trait system too. That's like indicative of most CRPGs. And there's cool things that you can do.
Yeah.
There's always like, okay, so now your stats are fine. You understand your stats are very streamlined. now there's this other point where it's like, what cool fucking thing do you want to activate?
I want it so that if I'm close enough to someone, if they try to turn and run away from me, I'm going to smack them in the back of the head as hard as I fucking can. You just click on that trait when you have a point for it. Boom, it's on. Done. It changes the game fundamentally, but it's easy enough for stupid pea-brain Maxx to understand.
It's not hard. It's not hard to make these kinds of games. And or do things or include these kinds of like really awesome game mechanics in games.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it's just like it feels I was actually talking about this with a couple of friends yesterday. We were going over the movies coming out in Hollywood like this year.
Yeah.
And it's the same fucking issue where it's like no one's doing any. The one movie I'm excited for this year is a 9th installment of a franchise that I know is going to be fucking insane and still doing things that no one else is doing somehow. And I think about it and I go,
you can be dumb and innovate.
Yeah. And somehow, and the way I think about it was we've been going through and watching like bits and pieces because our friend Matt hasn't, not Matt Cleo, another friend of mine from the Slammers. Our friend Matt hasn't watched the original Fast and Furious movies leading up to it. And while I used to think of like, oh, they're just like the ones you have to slog through, those are still enjoyable because there's like a mentality you have to put yourself in of like, this is where the 2000s were, and they are perfect time capsules, and it's so entertaining to see.
They are dated past a fault back around to just being cute.
Watching Michelle Rodriguez in the middle of a party setting, sitting in front of her component TV, playing Gran Turismo on a PS1.
They are
in 2001.
I was gonna say it is early 2000s. Hackers.
Yeah,
it is the hackers of the 2000s.
That's a game I'd love to play. Give me the Hackers movie in game form. The closest we got was Watch Dogs 2. That's it. But I want that kind of crazy...
I'm going to be honest, I think Watch Dogs 2 kind of just nails it.
They do.
I don't think there's much missing there.
Once again, casual reminder that we always somehow bring up, please go play Watch Dogs 2.
Watch Dogs 2 is very good.
And the idea that so many people dislike it because of the quote-unquote cringy cast, get the fuck up, grow up.
Just try it. Just try it. It's free all the time.
Yeah.
Just try it. That's what I've learned. That's why I like doing these, like, I'll dip my toe in this fucking thing I don't get.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's a Crusader Kings where it's like, I respect it. I don't know if I like it, but I respect it now.
100%.
I think there's a lot of cool stuff here. I'll watch someone else play it. And then sometimes there's Divinity 2, where it's like, I think I have like 30 hours in this game now by accident. And I just forgot to play all the other games I was planning on playing, because every time Austin rolls around, it's like, hey, you want to play Divinity 2? And I'm like, not really, but I guess the next 8 hours of my life are this.
Unfortunately, the only game that did that for... Well, there's 2 games that did that for me last year, which was Hades and Remake. But I go back to Hades. I look at Remake, I start it up, I enjoy playing it, and then I'm like, there's that problem that these kinds of games always have, the walking cutscenes. I'll just put this back for another time.
Yeah. The great preventer of revisits.
The walk and talks.
It's like, boy, my brain wants to do another playthrough of Persona 5 Royal right now.
And then you turn it on. Ooh, boy.
That's like a once a year game, maybe.
Yeah.
As much as I love it, as much as it's my favorite game, because I don't want to just hit start and skip through all the cutscenes. It's because I want to play it, but also...
Yeah, because it does take away, because the thing is that, like, I've done the thing where I started up playthroughs and gotten, like, as far as Chapter 6 in Final Fantasy VII in less than 3 hours, because you just skip through it, and you know the game.
Yeah.
And you know the ins and outs. And even if you're... And, like, especially if you're playing on New Game Plus, where everything is just, like, way hard, like, way easier to kill at that, like, once you're maxed out on everything. A part of me just, like, the magic is gone, because then I turn on the cutscenes, and I'm like, oh, these are all still very good.
Yeah.
Oh, these characters are really great. Oh, these people I really... this is the part of it I love. It's the combination of the whole playthrough and not just the gameplay. The gameplay's done a great part of it, but, like, it's the whole presentation. The whole game is what makes me love that game so much.
And that's why, like, I don't know what the equivalent in Final Fantasy VII would be. I guess it'd be kind of close to the same thing. But I wish after you finished Persona 5 Royal, you unlocked it literally just said Mementos on the main menu. And it's like, start at floor 1, and just see how far you can get. So that if I just want that little taste, every couple of months, I just want to hop in and I just want to mess around with something.
You're right, Max.
Every
game should have a Bloody Palace mode.
Yeah, that literally,
that's
it.
Yes, though. But yes, though. 100%.
That's like when I found out Yakuza 7, it's like, yeah, once you get towards the very end of the game, or after you finish the game, you unlock the Millennium Tower. It's just a 100-floor dungeon. See if you can get to the end.
Parasite Eve, like all these games have done it, and they're all so great when they do that. When they do kind of shit like that, because it's just like it makes it. And what I love about how Parasite Eve handles it is that it is just like additional story, but it's locked behind this large gameplay thing. Where if you are enjoying your time with the game, yeah, you're in. Like you're locked in. You're going boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I agree. I think that if you have a system that's fun enough, like I hope like FF16 has something, because that combat looks fucking phenomenal.
I hope it just has Bloody Palace.
Yeah, I hope it's just Bloody Palace. I hope it's just like,
call it the Crystal Castle or whatever you gotta call it.
Because like
it be floors.
Because Tales games have that kind of thing too, where Tales games will have every now and again there'll be like a secret dungeon that gets unlocked after the game is played, or Coliseum mode, and I feel like if your JRPG or any game that you have has some kind of story-based Coliseum, and you're not using it for post-game content, you're fucking up. Especially if your game has a really fun and engaging combat system.
You know what Kingdom Hearts has?
Oh boy.
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Coliseum.
Whoops.
Oh.
I forgot.
No, it's gone now. I got the limit cut episodes though, and the data battles.
True. That is true. And I guess Royal does have the jail. They did add a shit ton of extra battles that you just access from the Velvet Room. Yeah. Problem is, like, I can't just load like my save right before the end and start doing them, because all of my characters are level 100. The fights, you're supposed to do them as you play, and I kind of wish there was just another mode where it's like you start. It's its own dedicated thing. You start at level 1 and you like work your way up, so that you can just kind of start it whenever. But yeah, that was a big side tangent. But all to say that I've been playing a lot of Divinity, and it's very good.
I actually think a persistent, like, do the Hades, now that you've brought that up, I would play the fuck out of a persistent progression, like roguelike SMT game.
So 100%. I have some weird news for you.
Really?
We played this on stream, and you may have, I don't even know if you did. It was very last minute. You know what Sonic Roboblast 2 is?
No.
So Sonic Roboblast 2 is that Doom 2 mod where they turn it into a 3D Sonic game.
Right.
Where you play sprites on a screen, you run around, you jump, and it's existed since probably not long after I was born, based on how long I've been playing that fucking game for. Had a huge resurgence. Everybody came back to it. They made SRV2 Kart, which is a Doom 2 mod. It's a Doom 2 mod based on a Sonic mod for Doom 2 that turns it into a online multiplayer Mario Kart clone.
So I have seen that, yes.
So you've seen that.
Yeah.
So somebody made a mod based on the 3D Sonic mod for Doom 2 that turns it into an online multiplayer climb of Tartarus, complete with obtaining sub-personas, group raid boss fights, 4v4 battles between 8 players, where you climb Tartarus, you fight shadows, you pick up items, you get personas, and you can just play that shit multiplayer. And you're running around as little Sonic characters through Tartarus. And it's in beta right now. They're adding a story mode to it, and it works phenomenally. And it's very impressive for a weird Persona Sonic Doom 2 mod. And all I can think about is, fuck it, just give me a co-op SMT game. Let my chuckle fuck friends play as my 3 party members. That's it.
I'd be down with it. Once again, why are people outside of the industry doing the cool things?
Yeah.
What is it that is stopping all of these people? Like, because if it's really a boardroom, then I would like to dismantle capitalism today.
Yes.
Not to bring that there, but if that's what it takes for me to get my triple A
Sonic
budget,
Persona Doom
2 mod video game where I go up and play multiplayer, and there's multiplayer battles too.
Yes.
Why then I would like to immediately ask to just remove the government.
Please let me baton pass to my homies. Please.
Just something, whatever is stopping whatever political or fucking financial barrier that is in place, just remove it and just give that motherfucker a loan of $2 million.
Yeah.
And just that team, and just let them make the game they want.
That's it.
Just that's why I feel like with Supergiant Games, it's like that's what they are. They are just a small team of people where like the minimum amount of days that you have to take, is like 15 to 30 days off in a year.
Yeah.
And like if you get anywhere close to crunch, they slap your hand super hard and go, "You go home and you take care of yourself, you idiot.
That's good.
You lovable fuck."
I just wish
you come in and you make the best goddamn video game ever.
I just wish they would make more Sonic Persona Doom crossovers. That's it.
You know, if you turn around and told me that there's a Hades multiplayer component coming with persistent progression, just nut everywhere. Just fucking, you know.
So yeah, I'll show you that after the stream because I'm
down to do that
wild.
this week. If you are down, if we can get 2 others.
Yeah.
From the Go to Bed crew.
And then Divinity, Austin, and I were figuring out who would be down to join for more people because, as he put it, that would be a 12-hour stream where you don't want to kill yourself, Max.
Speaking of,
one quick thing before that one.
Yeah.
Super Baby 2 came out in Dragon Ball. Stupid name. I love how dumb he is. I think he's really good, but I don't like his buttons. That's pretty much it. That's all I gotta say.
Cool. I'm very curious to see where if that game's gonna come back in a resurgence. But then at that point, Strive's coming out this year, right?
Strive's coming out, and then I don't think Dragon Ball Fighters will ever go away.
I don't know what the next big game. I mean,
DNF.
Oh,
Dungeon Fighters Duel.
Is it gonna be?
If it has rollback, yes.
If it has rollback.
Literally, if you can play it online, that game is the next big thing. DNF and Guilty Gear will stand at the head of the pack on the sole factor that you can play it.
Was Strive confirmed to have rollback?
Strive. That's one of the first things they said. Is like, hey, we're working on rollback. It's not ready yet, so the beta is going to be delay based.
Okay, because now they've got the guys who did the Accent Core one, and I'm sure that they turned around and said, "Can you fucking help?"
So that happened afterwards, and what I'm really hoping is they said, "Okay, Accent Core guys, put it in Blaze Blue now."
That'd be cool.
That's all I want.
You know what?
I desperately want to not play Accent Core anymore, and that's a very cool game. It's too hard. I'm too dumb.
So that thing that I was misinformed on that we were talking about back in the day, a while back, about mod creators for Sonic just getting to do whatever the fuck they want. Hey, you guys are really bad at this. Like, everyone is universally bad at making futures for their games.
Yeah.
Why not just offer mod creators full-on positions? Because let me tell you something.
You know what the most confusing one, though? And it'll tie into some news later on.
Sure.
It's that anytime that SNK ports an old arcade game, they call up their friends at Code Mystics to do the online rollback.
Right.
And every single one of those games plays near flawlessly online. Like, significantly better than they were before. They all play great in the sense that if you join a match, 9 out of 10 times, it'll be playable and good. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I thought a sneeze was coming.
No, I was doing the move away from the mic to breathe in.
That being said, They only, for whatever reason, call them up to work on ports of games that came out in the 90s. Why not call Code Mystics up? And it's like, hey, we're working on Samurai Showdown, a brand new game. Should we get the guys who make the online work? Let's just figure it out.
I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. I really do think, after hearing about all of the nightmare development that comes from Konami and how the Japanese hierarchy system works in corporations, I'm 100% of the mindset that any bad, like with everything else, you can just blame the motherfucker at the top every time. I think that there's just a bunch of old, crusty fuckers working in the entire video game industry that are refusing to relent due to the fear of how most boomers fear. The real reason of boomer fear is we're going to be wiped out soon. The inevitability of death is finally coming, and now they're afraid of it.
Not if they had rollback. You just roll back you just roll that shit back.
Well, the problem is you can't do that. You can't do that, because then it means that, the cushy job that you have is in question, and you can't let the guy with the good ideas come in, because that'd be dumb.
But see, here's my idea. Here's my thought process. Would you rather delay the inevitable and live miserably, or would you rather roll back to happier times?
I would roll back to happier times.
So let's call Code Mystics.
Yes,
and check in.
But unfortunately, we're at that point in our lives where we're okay with stuff like that, where it's like, oh, if there's someone who has a better idea, no, fuck it, give him like that. Just let him do it.
Yeah.
But we're not,
but
crusty old people. So.
But yeah, so looking forward to fighting games that I can hopefully play, because played with Cheat and Omni, connection with Cheat, always pretty good. Connection with Omni, 15 frame delay, down to 8 frames, up to 10 frames, down to 7 frames, up to 14 frames. Look, I could get used to 15 frames if it just stayed there. It doesn't.
Yeah.
They don't work. Please fix video games so that when you pay $60 for them, you don't feel bad about it. No? Okay. Well, that's understandable. Speaking of games that made me feel bad, you've been addressing me as Maxx. That's not my name.
You are now Jump King.
I am now Jump King.
For one part.
Because
you didn't eradicate the next 2 expansion packs.
I'm
You also didn't know.
I'm
you also
vanilla
didn't go,
Jump King.
You also didn't go through the other really scary route.
I am vanilla Jump King, yeah.
You are Jump King level 1.
Yes, and that is where I shall stay.
Yes, 100%.
So I streamed Jump King. I started earlier this week, and it was across 2 streams, although I wouldn't really call them a part 1 and part 2. I'd call one episode Duske and one Royal Edition. Jump King is a game where you hit left to go left, right to go right, and if you hold down space, you can change the height of your jump, and you just have to go up. But you can also go down, and you can actually go down for 17 hours if you're crazy like me, who streamed for about that long. The first stream was 4.5 hours long, and the second stream was 13 hours long, I think is how long the video file says. I don't like Jump King.
Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of game you're meant to play for 13 hours straight.
Jump King is a game that you are supposed to try. You're supposed to take a crack at it. It's like, I'm going to try for 20 minutes today. I didn't make too much progress. I'll try again tomorrow or in a few days. That's the way that game was meant to be enjoyed, quote unquote. Not if you're me, who was trying to build up their stream endurance because they were unsatisfied with 2-hour streams where they felt exhausted by the end of it for talking that long. And so we did. And what resulted was quite possibly one of the craziest roller coasters of a streaming experience I've ever had. The call was pretty much drop in, drop out the entire time. Mm-hmm. There are parts where Phil joined me. There are parts where Popcron joined me. By the end, the call was Drew, Austin, MJ, Omni, just a whole bunch of people there at the end. There was highs, there was a lot of lows, there were funny bits, and if you happen to miss any of it, I've downloaded all of the footage, and at some point, it will be cut down into a more manageable, shorter compilation that you will be able to tune into.
I haven't seen Umbra around in a while, but normally Umbra has a
They
editor.
joined literally right after you left that day.
Okay.
And stayed for pretty much the rest.
Because normally for those at home, Umbra is the guy who's in charge of our twitching, as it were. I gave him full moderator abilities and full editor abilities. So what he does is that he, with the VOD system, he basically picks it up and then separates it into chunks and parts and does stuff like that. And he uploads all that to our channel, or not necessarily uploads, but it makes things appear on our channel. And he creates a little series for us, which at this point we might as well just start putting in the channel.
I was gonna say I'll just talk to him about that and put it on the YouTube.
Yeah, because then Sadistic is also the other person who, just in case, just downloads our shit like immediately.
Yeah.
So there's two people we got that just archive our shit for us just because they love us, because they're crazy.
I don't know. Let us know. Hit us up. Do you want the YouTube to become a VOD channel? Well, what's up?
Well, that's the thing is that I have archive on purpose, but the problem so the thing is that I'm now at the point where I'm almost done with the first video of Here's a Thought.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to finally transition that fucking channel into something that is worth keeping a sub to. Now, there's this motherfucker who's walking around and who's just, for whatever reason, disliking all of our videos.
Oh, it's because I'm in them. Sorry. Hey, by the way, guys, weekly apology that I'm not Lyle. I feel like I'll get that out there. And also apology that I talk about anime and cartoons.
So the thing that just like irks me is that it's like, it's such a small channel, and the content that we upload I don't feel like is that incendiary or volatile. But I have an idea of who it is.
It is, but those parts always come in so late in the podcast, and based on our analytics, no one gets there.
Right. So like, and my whole idea is like, I think it's the one guy, and I'm not going to say their name, but I think it's the one guy who I told off essentially.
Oh, that guy gives me life.
It was because they asked about the Swagalagan thing, like, hey, where did the Swagalagan episodes go? And Lyle and I both agreed, like, this is not for us. Like, we're not. And then I had to go onto the channel that archived all of our older, like, worse ones, like audio ones that just were like purely not edited.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, this no longer represents Lyle or I, and we're gonna leave it up to have you guys enjoy it, but to let you know, if you encounter our content in the future, we're still like a bunch of scummy chuckle fucks, but we're not going to be saying just outrageously like awful shit to get a response from people anymore. Or rather, I'm not going to be saying it just for Lyle to go, haha, maybe you shouldn't say that. And me go, nothing lasts on the internet, bro. It's okay. Only to find out later that was the fucking worst thing you could possibly do. So I think it's that one person. And if it's you, go fuck yourself. Like, go ahead and dislike this one too. But, you're an asshole. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, boy howdy did we jump, and that 17 again picture, I'm still fucking rolling at it.
It's really good.
I think out of all of the work I put into all the bits that everyone experienced throughout the stream, that image is my favorite thing to come out of that stream.
Yeah.
So look forward to that on the channel. I don't think it'll be anytime soon because it's 17 hours of footage for me to go through, and it's going to be highlights. And luckily, because I put so much effort into live funny ha-has, it means I have to edit less, which is nice. I found out how to download Twitch chat and export it as like a little MP4. So some of you guys will guest star in that video. Unless you said some weird head-ass shit, then you won't.
Yeah. That's always fun. I like, that's like, Base Monster does that a lot, where...
Yeah. Oh, man, I miss Based Monster.
Yeah,
I unsubscribed at some point, or they stopped uploading.
Probably because there wasn't a whole lot going on.
Probably. But yeah, anytime Twitch chat comes up,
It's always fun.
It's fun, and there's a few moments, especially the very end. So you haven't? Did you not see any of it? Then the Jump King.
I did not see the ending. No.
The ending is pretty magical. The ending. I've dubbed it best stream moment of 2021. It'll probably stay that way.
Probably.
There wasn't catharsis. There was simply relief. And yeah, other than that, as far as like watching and listening to stuff, I honestly haven't been. It's mostly just been my sleep schedule has been really bad, or I've been sleeping a lot, and so I've been wasting a lot of time. I've literally watched one thing, and again, big apologies that I like cartoons. I saw the first episode of the second season of Quintessential Quintuplets, a show that I didn't really like the first season of, but I did watch all of it, so I guess I'm just in, and it's 20 minutes a week, so whatever.
Is that a sunken cost fallacy thing?
Well, the reason I stuck around was that I thought one of them was cute. And sometimes that's really all it takes, is that if you get enough of those moments, it's like, again, 20 minutes a week, it's something to put on while I eat. Yeah, it changed studios. Doesn't look as good. Doesn't look as good. And the main character's eyes changed colors, so I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
That is true. We got to go back in that chat and say whoever was 17 was their favorite number. They deserve a special shout out in that video.
Oh, they did.
Who was it?
Oh, I don't remember their name, but in the moment we did. We thanked them. And yeah, other than that, this season is a lot of sequels to shows. So Dr. Stone is back. I like that show, but I haven't seen any of it yet. ReZero continued. I haven't seen any new episodes from that yet. I haven't been watching anything, so that's probably what I'm going to do maybe tonight or tomorrow. Who actually knows? And then yeah, listening. Not too much else. I put on the other two boys when I'm in the car driving somewhere. Good old Castle Super Beast, and that's pretty much it. Oh no, okay. So the one thing I can say I've been watching, this is a YouTube thing. I've been getting very. I am a big fan of very long form content, as previously established, and I am now 6 hours into a 7-hour-long Morrowind documentary. Seems like the wrong word. Is there something more in depth than a documentary or a biography? I feel like I know everything about Morrowind, having never put hands on the game ever. I've learned so much. It's a dissection. I cheated. I looked at chat. Oh, it's a dissection.
Well, like an analysis. Analysis, dissection, that works.
It goes... I don't even know if I'd call it analysis. I've never seen something this comprehensive before. It's like, I don't ever have to play Morrowind. Ever. Which, didn't plan on it, which is why I started watching the video.
I felt that way with, I forget who the guy was, but he released a 7 to 9 hour long Death Stranding review video. And that was I don't think that game requires... See, the problem
it's also
I find with
too
a lot of...
new for 7 to 9 hours, I feel, right?
It's 2 years ago at this point. 2019.
That doesn't count for another couple months.
True. But ago. Like... the thing is that when I see a lot of long form videos do stuff like that, they kind of fall into the same trap of everything, where it just gets to a point where you're just doing a synopsis of the storyline and then remarking on it.
Yeah.
And I get that, like in terms of a full analysis of the game, especially in a game like Death Stranding, where a good portion, like any kind of Kojima title, a good portion of your time is being spent with in-story and gameplay. They're both basically synonymous and tied with one another, and there's reasons for that to happen. But for the most part, there are also times where people will do long-form reviews, and it'll just be like story synopsises, and I'm like, you're cheating a little bit. Because it's not going to take more than 30 minutes to describe some of the major core like gameplay systems, unless you're talking about these games that Seth plays. That guy I showed you who did the Space Station 13 review, where it's like, and even then he takes that time to try to make a much more enjoyable, problematic but very funny review of the content he does.
So yeah, when I think of like 9 hours for Death Stranding, I'm gonna be real. I don't even think it's that deep. The game, I don't think it goes that deep.
I've definitely come back around on so I think it was
Princess Beach.
Okay, no, I'm not coming back around on fucking Princess Beach. The reason I kind of came back around on liking Death Stranding story a bit more was because when you see something through the eye, like the lens of somebody who's not as inherently cynical as you are, it helps a lot. Because I'm super cynical. Like, unfortunately, life has definitely put me at a point where I try, like, even with Remake, when I walked away from Remake, it almost ruined the entire fucking thing for me. Like, but now looking back on it, I'm like, it's not that bad. It makes sense in a regard of, like, they weren't going to keep it the same.
So when I say it's not that deep, I'm not even speaking to a quality level. I think you could maybe get it in like 2 hours. I think you can cover all the major points.
Did you not see that tweet? The best summation of like that is that tweet with Kojima explaining why he had gacked on something for Metal Gear Solid, and he just liked the wordplay of it.
Yeah,
like that's really what it comes down to. Someone brought up there was a name.
Dude, his name's Die Hard Man because his soul. He doesn't die, and when you look at what happened in the mid 90s or the mid to the 1900s with World War II, it's like, nah, Kojima likes stupid puns and naming his characters dumb shit.
He just named Guillermo del Toro's Dead Man because it's just the guy who's Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's because he's a spooky monster.
Heart Man, he just has heart attacks.
Yeah.
He has self-induced heart attacks.
And it's like, and listen, because I love extrapolating on like dumb bullshit like that, but even then, 9 hours for Death Stranding, like 7 hours for Morrowind, just listening to it makes sense, because again, it's mostly a lore dump for me.
Right.
It is a lot of like, it goes into like each quest and each faction, and like, this is what works, this is what doesn't, this is how like they changed it in future.
You know, I hate to fucking interrupt you, because I just saw a retweet. The retweet is from Sadistic, whose name is also, hashtag buy Trails of Cold Steel.
Yes.
If there's a series that requires that long form fucking synopsis,
it's probably Trails.
It's the Japanese
Sora
Lord
no
of the
Kiseki.
Rings. I would watch that to make myself feel better about not wanting to play Trails in the Trails Heroes, whatever the fuck the first one, because
Trails in the Sky.
After going back and playing, so I've played Trails of Cold Steel 1, and then playing the old one. Those gameplay systems are definitely from early 2000s, and Cold Steel's definitely a much better version of that. Mm-hmm. And watching the gameplay just evolve from that point on, it's like, yeah, they're all right with the earlier ones, but if there's already a better version of that,
I'm gonna tell you though, I can put up with your weirdo early 2000s combat system if you have the best battle theme of all time.
It's a really good battle
if you have the best battle, if you have sophisticated fight as your battle theme, I'll put up with it. Doesn't mean I'm playing the sequels, because they changed that shit. Mm-hmm. Not good on you.
I still wish that there was a way to mod in the version you showed me, which there isn't yet.
Oh yeah, the
very
we love Sora no Kiseki, the one with the guitars.
Yeah. That one is, even thinking about it right now.
That's my theme. That's my theme song.
I got goosebumps.
If I had to pick a theme song for myself, I'd pick that. It's everything I like about video game music in one song.
Dude, let's just make... Oh, no, because you're going to use it for your... I don't want to take it away from you. I was like, let's just make that the Hipsters on Purpose intro. And I was like, no, if it's you can use it for your channel.
No, I do like that, and I will claim it. And I appreciate your kindness. And I will take full advantage of it.
As always.
Take advantage of my your kindness Mr. Spoon in the sink.
Okay, I'll go fucking...
Go.
Not right now.
Go.
No.
Go clean the spoon.
Give me the fucking theme for hipsters.
Okay, it's my spoon. If it was your spoon, I wouldn't give a shit. It's my spoon. But what was I?
But yeah,
the last thing on that was just Morrowind. It's been 7 hours. There's enough story in that game to justify it. And I wish I could remember the name of the channel. But he adds enough. Like, this is the quest. This is what happens. This is the lore implication, and this is why, from a gameplay level, the area this takes place in fucking sucks. Or this is why this is really cool. Or why this quest works well in Morrowind, and then they tried to do the same thing in Oblivion or Skyrim, and it didn't work. And so, it's a very cool, interesting video that has kept me engaged as much as a video on my side monitor possibly could. Mm-hmm. And then after this, I already have queued up. It popped up in my recommended, because I guess they know what I'm about. It's literally just the funny haha cartoons streamers, and this guy who did a 9-hour-long video based on some visual novel, and I don't even think I'm going to be able to pull it up right now. Maybe. Action Button Reviews. Sorry, it is a 6-hour-long video.
That's Tim Rogers.
About, oh, is it?
Action Button Reviews of Tim Rogers.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he just popped up, and it's like, oh, 6 hours about this weird 90s romance visual novel I've never heard of? All right, that's queued up next.
The problem with Tim Rogers reviews are, it's like we were thinking, like we were talking about it, me and a couple of friends, and we're just like, is the next one, what was it? Is Cyberpunk going to be a 20-hour review? Because that's what he does, and he's very good at it, and it's very entertaining. And I don't know how, like, you know that like level you tried to attain with the Jump King stream?
Yeah.
Imagine that in edited video.
Imagine
form.
if I scripted the Jump King stream, which I did. That'd be pretty wild.
Damn it. Anyways, but yes, like it's insane. Like he's like, can't stress enough. I like the man's videos. There gets to be a point where I see the 12-hour mark and I go, I'll skip this one.
See, I see that and I get so excited because it means that whenever I need background noise, what point was I at? Click.
Yeah, but I can't do that. Like so like I guess for podcasts I'm fine with that because it's more like about off the cuff kind of shit, right? It's more about like the live presence of it in a sense where it's just like you just like having the people talking and they're talking about something that you're relatively interested in. Okay, move on. Those videos I always feel like that I have so much time and so much effort. I almost always try to put my 100% undivided attention to them.
So okay, so when I say side monitor, like side monitor content, as I've started calling it, it's typically when the main thing I'm doing is passive enough that I can also focus on it.
Right.
So like
there are some games that allow me to do that, like anything that's like grindy.
Like if I'm playing like a fighting game or something, or like, because I mean it's not mindless, but a lot of it is muscle memory and stuff like that. I can have a video on and I'm mostly focusing on the video, and then my brain is just clacking buttons.
Right.
If I'm doing something more intensive, like I'm actually working on something, and even then that can be a pretty passive experience, then it's like, all right, I'll put on the live stream. I'll put on like a GDQ VOD or like, you know, something like that. There's always I feel a sufficient amount of attention being paid to it where I'll retain information. And if it is from a content creator I really like, then it gets promoted. Then it's not side monitor content. It's meal content. It graduates to dinner and a show. And that's how you know. That's how you know if you've hit that point.
That was the thing that would always happen. Is
if
that
a
like
Clemps video comes out, I make a night out of it. If Mr. Clemps drops a video, I light the candles, I make my ravioli, and I sit down, and I'm like, okay, I'm locked in. Tell me about Bravely Default.
Yeah, no, I do like stuff like that. I think are you square on your stuff? I don't want to like start my thing if you're not.
Pretty much. The last thing I'll say on that is I think if it's below an hour, it gets undivided attention. As soon as it passes the hour mark, I'm like,
Turn to the other screen.
I'm like, I can't sit here for an hour and just watch this. It's why I can't watch movies. Is because it's like I want to just watch the movie and give it my full attention, but 9 times out of 10, I don't want to schedule that time slot in my day.
Yeah.
I'd rather do 2 things at once and maximize the amount of nothing that I'm doing. And that's the last thing. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool. So to just kind of like transition from that to something closer to that, because there's another thing that I did watch with the boys the other day. Not the MHO boys, the Slammers. That was because they've been going down this thing where it's like, okay, so Hollywood sucks.
Yes.
We're gonna watch a bunch of videos or a bunch of movies that have been just like, we're gonna specifically look on Rotten Tomatoes and see what the fucking worst shit is we can find.
Okay.
And see if we can ascertain some kind of entertainment from it.
Mm-hmm.
Before I get there, though, I do want to say, in terms of YouTube channels, I did find one called Disrupt or Disrupt TV. And to kind of talk about the stuff that they are talking about and the things that they go under. It was in my recommended. It was the first one was the Earth's Deadliest Computer Virus, which was.
I've been seeing that actually. Yeah. It's been popping up in mine too, but I haven't watched it yet. Is it?
It's really cool.
Okay.
It's a really cool thing. But like you go and you look more into that the channel, and the video that he released before that was the concept of the dark hacks of virtual reality, and it's just a video musing on if virtual reality starts becoming as like frequent as it is, or as like usable as it is.
Yeah.
What could you do to fuck people up?
That's
like,
pretty good.
And a lot of the channel is like technology based. Like I spent 24 hours in Beat Saber. Here's what happened. Like, you know, shit like that. And it's got very, very high production value. It feels like almost like I'm watching. What I fucking love is there was so many amazing shows on Tech TV and Discovery Channel that were incredible.
That weren't about fucking snowplows?
Right. And that had this amazing production value that are now just being translated to like YouTube.
Yeah.
Disrupt TV is very much like that. It's just one guy doing like that kind of like, there's like even like fake, well not fake because if you play it off of regular YouTube, I use YouTube Red or whatever the YouTube Premium subscription is. He has when an ad break, he knows who's about to show up. He has a TV channel ad break thing that like, you know how they have like a bumper and like it just pops that in and he pops it right back out. And it's just like, it feels like TV content and it might be, I don't know. But it's like for free on YouTube, and it's just really neat. And so far, I'm really enjoying it.
I'd love to do that. I'd love to start putting eye catches. As soon as I have to start putting ads in my videos. Is that what they're called?
Eye catches?
In anime, that's what they're called. Okay. When they Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist. I love those. Yeah.
Eye catches are really cool. And this guy, I mean, he's so far from what I've seen, it's been really, really good stuff. More or less the other person that I keep following that keeps like uploading really cool content alongside the likes of, I talked about Gaming Logical Dig before. I don't know if I've talked about Ragnar Rocks before.
The name sounds familiar.
Ragnar Rocks is a amazing content creator that deals with a lot more cerebral video games, a lot of horror stuff. I think his latest video was on Disco Elysium, or maybe it might have been someone else. I don't know. There's an amazing video on Disco Elysium. I watched a little bit of it, and I forgot about Disco Elysium, and I just installed it since I saw that you own it, and we now have a shared library.
I was gonna say I'm not. It is very hard for me to not touch that game until the patch comes out.
That is true.
The update, because the update is full voice acting.
That is
everything.
That is very, very true. So I don't know when that is. It's like next month.
It's soon. I hope it's not close to Scramble.
Well, I mean, you know you're gonna play Scramble. Are you gonna play Scramble the whole way out through on stream or no?
No, I don't want to get shot. What? Absolutely
They haven't shot
not.
anybody yet.
They'll shoot me. I'm on a list, Phil. You stream Fatal Fury the movie once, and you get put on a list.
You get put on that
you
one
get
list.
sent to Atlas. You get sent to Nintendo.
We can do Amazon watch parties, by the way.
Oh, we can?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I checked it.
Oh, shit.
So,
is it anything on Prime?
There's a list. I have to go look at the list and see what's available. I remember there being some stuff on there. I was like, yeah, that'd be fun to watch with people.
All right. I'll be down for that.
But yeah, that was cool. So going back to the movie watching experience.
Real quick before we get out of YouTube.
Sure.
One, I'm gonna take this time to shill Thor High Heels again. I think everyone should go watch Thor High Heels.
Oh yeah. Is his channel growing at all? Because I feel like I've heard about Thor High Heels so many more times, but like it's still
telling you. I just keep yelling about him. It is a video essay channel where he talks about weird Japanese only PlayStation 1 games and all the From Software games that aren't Dark Souls or Armored Core, and he talks about just weird shit, and his whole channel like design aesthetic is the PlayStation 1.
Yep.
It's just all of his bumpers are weird. There's like I'd say a little bit of Adult Swim like weird influence there, not in like the Squidbillies kind of way, but in the
off the air. Off the air is easily one of my like the one thing that I'm like, yeah, I would watch off the air all the time if I knew there was a slot that was actually dedicated to it and it wasn't just like secretly put in.
But what made me remember him again is the idea of having bumpers. He does this Patreon list of people right in the middle of the video where an ad would play, and they are always the coolest bumpers. He does all of the music himself. He composes all his own music. And it's a very good channel.
There's so many fucking amazing creatives on YouTube that just get fucking flung around by the algorithm.
Yeah.
It's awful.
There is, but there was one other thing I wanted to ask you.
Sure.
Have you gotten to the point where you click on a video essay and you see that it's like kind of long and it's from someone you don't really recognize, where you're like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And from the first syllable, you can tell you won't be able to stand their voice and can't watch the rest. Like, first syllable.
Oh, man, that does sound like something I've seen before. I'm trying so hard to remember.
Because always, I try to give it, like, a few minutes just to see. Because even if, like, the mic quality isn't so great or, like, you know, they sound, like, a little nervous. Like, you can tell if it's, like, an early first video. I always give it a little breath because it's like, okay, let me see what they're talking about. But there's just sometimes syllable one, no, off. I can't.
I ran into something similar today.
And for the record, my voice to me is on the cusp of click off immediately.
No, it's fine.
For me, it is.
Because no one likes their own voice, right? Yeah. And I don't like my own voice, but I have several people tell me they really like my voice. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just no one likes their own fucking brand, I guess.
Yeah.
So, actually, not video essays in a traditional sense.
Okay.
There is a hidden guilty pleasure that is very, very, very just specific, and it's drama in communities you have nothing to do with at all. You have the fucking tiniest bit of perspective, and you just go in and you go, yeah, fuck that guy.
Oh my god!
So there's this. I think his name was the Prince, like the prisoner Luke or something. And I don't know. No. So his channel was like there's this guy I guess named called Just a Robot, and it's like Just a Robot is just a racist, and I was like, that's a great title. I'm clicking on it, and I started watching this fucking video. And it's this guy who's, like, very, like, Ben Stein, like, super monotone.
Yeah.
And a good majority of the footage he's using in between to, like, you know how, like, there's, like, people who have that, they're not going to have every, like, bit of thing to show. It's just Team Fortress 2 footage, which, by the way, Team Fortress 2 now looks completely, like, indescribably different than what I used to remember it looking like.
Yeah.
That's weird, but hey, whatever. And I don't know what the fuck I was watching or the context, but all I know is that this guy named Just a Robot just hauls off, is the kind of dude who's like gonna use the hard R
and
go like, what context is it okay for me to not use the hard R?
Oh.
And like consistently like does things of him in black. Like his character is a robot, but he will put his robot in blackface. And it's just bad, right? Like this dude is just a bad dude. And the whole time I'm like, yeah, this guy really. So what the fuck do they do?
Yeah, fuck this guy. And also, who is he?
Who is he? What does he do? And it's so great because that entire channel that I found is just full of that. Do you know what Gacha Life is?
I think so, actually.
Okay, so this guy also reports, I guess it's a commentary channel.
Yeah.
He just goes, hey, Gacha Life is actually, if you look up the word map pride, you know what a map is, right? Minor attracted person.
Oh, I thought you were just really downplaying my intelligence.
No.
Like, you know what a map is? They used to come in books, but now it's on your phone?
No. Like, it's another word for pedophile.
Sure.
And this guy has a whole thing where he was like, you know, because for whatever reason, because he does commentary on like really shitty people, and he's like, you think like if there's one person that's associated with like a racist ideology, more often than not, that person goes down a rabbit hole of also potentially being a pedophile and a whole number of other really problematic things.
Yeah.
So I looked up Map Pride on YouTube, and I got a bunch of Gacha Life videos about Map Pride. And Gacha Life is essentially Gaia Online with where you make cute little anime avatars, and there's a bunch of videos about these guys talking about how if you don't support Map Pride, you're just pretending to be gay. Because Map Pride is attempting to associate itself within the LGBT. So
Wow, we go down very different rabbit holes.
yeah.
Wow.
So I was watching and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And he goes, and it's full. He goes, this entire community is full of people who are like anti-gay. They want to fuck kids, and they also hate blacks. Like there's entirely a video about like, don't make black OCs, they're not pretty. Like I was just like watching it, I'm fascinated. Because you know what it is? You go down this like dissection analyst route. I go, how bad does it get?
Yeah.
My YouTube rabbit hole is how much further down the sewer pipeline can I get before I need to come back up for air?
I'm sorry. I just one more thing before you talk about the movies is that I had the quickest like whiplash on a content creator I think I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
Of a video popped up in my related, and it was just a guy, and it just said, I play Mario Kart Wii, but every time I get hit by an item, I start playing the gambling Luigi game from Super Mario 64 DS instead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. And I clicked on the video, and I started watching, and sure enough, he's like, hey guys, what's up? So today we're going to be playing Mario Kart Wii, and we're racing on Bowser's Castle. I'm playing as Toad today, and then he gets hit by his shell, and it's hard cut to, hey guys, what's up? Today we're going to be playing gambling Luigi game on Super Mario DS, and then he plays that until he loses a hand, and then hard cut back to Mario Kart Wii.
That's such a good bit. What the fuck?
It is, right? And so I'm like, oh, does he just do stuff like this? And I clicked on his channel, and the two most recently updated videos, both with black thumbnails, we need to talk, and then no more lies. I literally saw one video. I'm like, oh, this guy's content's pretty good. Let's see what else he does. Apologize, apparently.
What did he do? Did you figure it out?
Well, I started watching, because then it's like, yeah, what did Luigi...
Yeah, what the fuck did Luigi Man do?
Luigi Gambling Man, what did he do? And then I clicked on it, and he's like, guys, we need to talk. First of all, I want to apologize to Claire. And then it just kept going. It's not what you think. It's not. There's Discord screen caps, but it's not the usual Discord screen caps.
Oh my God, it's a parody then.
No,
it's a real
not.
apology?
Oh no, it's just a different bad thing.
Oh no!
It's just some weird shit with his girlfriend, and it's like it happened in his private content creator Discord personality man, because everybody has to have their own Discord. Maybe hypocritical of us to say. But yeah, and he goes in this whole. I didn't watch it really. I just kind of skipped around. He's like, and you scroll down in the comments, and everyone's like, "Hey man, listen, it's not as bad as we thought it was, and you came out and you were honest about it, and that's really big of you, and we don't know if we can forgive you yet, but the fact that you addressed it immediately when it happened, big ups to you." And then I'm like, well, then what the fuck is No More Lies about? And so I clicked on No More Lies.
A content creator getting canceled mid-discovery.
I saw 3 videos from this guy, and it was, every time I get hit by a shell, I play Luigi's gambling minigame in Mario 64 for the DS.
We need to talk and No More Lies.
We need to talk apologies to his girlfriend and No More Lies, where he says, well, I didn't tell you guys everything.
Oh.
And you scroll down to the comments, and it's just like, ... Fuck, man.
That's always a terrible feeling.
And it's
right?
like, still not as bad as we thought. You should really just go to therapy. Hey, man, listen.
Oh, no.
Again, one day we might be able to forgive you. The date's been pushed back. You need to go to therapy. And all I can think of is like, man, it's a good thing the algorithm didn't pick those videos. I felt bad. I was really down for that Mario Kart gambling Luigi video. And that's probably the fastest I ever learned of someone's existence and then learned that they had passed. like 3 videos and it's done.
Oh my god, that's the fucking best I've ever heard.
If anyone can beat my time, I don't think you can.
No,
unless the algorithm.
You know what that is?
The only way you can beat my time is if the algorithm literally recommends the "we need to talk" black thumbnail video, all lowercase.
Do you know what we just experienced? Because I have a similar story to that.
Yeah.
Do you remember Milkshake Duck? The concept of Milkshake Duck.
The amount of times we have brought up Milkshake Duck on this podcast.
Yes.
I've experienced Milkshake Duck before, many a time, but never quite like this.
Yeah, that's insane. For those of you who don't know, Milkshake Duck is consolidated in one tweet. Milkshake Duck is a duck who loves milkshakes. We love Milkshake Duck. And then immediately after, we regret to inform you that Milkshake Duck is a racist. And the concept is that you find something, you get involved in this thing, you enjoy it, and you really think it's cool, and then almost immediately find out that this person is not just problematic, they are a problem.
Yes.
They're just not good.
A Dino City review. I love Dino City.
Oh, man. So, there was a game that we played that you allowed me to play during a break. Yeah.
I remember seeing your tweet about this and going, well, I guess I really don't have to play it now. No. And I just, it was so basically there's this beautiful and like this really neat, really chill and cozy game called Friday Night Funkin' that has been getting a lot of hype, and like people like Corey Kenshin have been propping it up, and it's a really cool game, and it definitely deserves the hype it got. But then like someone was like, we're gonna cancel the Friday Night Funkin' creator, and in my head I'm like, oh, he's from Newgrounds, he probably has like a couple edgy jokes from like the early
2000s. No.
Nah. No.
This man has whole ass tweets in 2018 about creating black genocide platformer action shooters, rape simulators, and like things that will only be white centric.
Yeah.
And like 2018, we're not talking like beginning of 2018. We're talking like November 20, like going into 2019.
It may as well be 2019. May as well be 2020.
Yeah, it's like the amount of time between those things is nowhere near the threshold of like, because if you could say like I made a dumb race or gay joke back in 2010 to 2012. you turn around and go, yeah, so did you and everyone else. Like, get the fucking line, kid. You know, every single person that you know, in every creator that you know of, that you enjoy, that you are very vehemently into, has at one point made a really shitty, problematic joke, because that was what was being sold back in like the mid 2000s to 2012. Right? That's what was being, and then, you know, something happened, a progressive movement popped up, and all of us started to realize, hey, maybe we shouldn't say the N-word anymore.
We awoke to justice, just like Sparta.
Someone called it being conscious and not being woke. It's like, that boy is conscious, and I'm like, I like that better.
That guy thinks.
That guy's alive.
That guy thinks before he talks. That's crazy. So because when you were describing the game to me originally, I'm like, so what is it? And it's like, oh, it's a game made by former Newgrounds people. I'm like, oh, so it's a Flash game? I'm like, no, but it's that very Newgrounds style. And in the back of my brain, I'm like, well, I hope it's not too Newgrounds. I hope it's like,
well, because one of the characters you rap battle against in that is Pico. And I had to explain to people that Pico is.
I've known about Pico.
Yeah,
but I've never. I've never experienced what he's from.
The game that he's from, the one that was originally made by the Newgrounds guys.
Yeah.
He is in the middle of a school shooting. Like, a bunch of goth kids and, like, quote unquote outcasts start shooting up his school, and it's a little flash adventure game about you fighting the goth kids off. With other guns and killing them to stop a school shooting. So where, like, you know, weed is used as a health upgrade. There's a character that's
maybe it does make sense that Alien Hominid was the one that got out.
Yeah. And Castle Crashers.
Well, but Castle Crashers wasn't a Newgrounds game. It was just made by
it's by Fulp and everybody.
Yeah. But whereas Alien Hominid was literally just like, it was a Newgrounds game that got upgraded to full game status.
I mean,
but like,
if we got some AAA hentai budget on Meat and Fuck, I'm down.
Meat and Fuck was stolen and re-uploaded to Newgrounds.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not to say they don't deserve a budget, but just that maybe don't give it to Newgrounds. Well, hey, guess what? I bet that the Friday Night Funkin' dev would have a ball of a time working on Meat and Fuck.
Okay. Is that guy also?
Maybe more so. No, I just mean as per his interests.
Yeah.
Or at least one of them.
Yeah.
It'd be more fitting than the wholesome family Parappa the Rappa DDR clone.
Yeah. Makes me sad. It makes me so sad because I'm just like,
the music's good.
The music's really good.
I got annoyed.
I
got annoyed by that. Like the characters talking, but like I get the appeal of that.
Yeah, and I like that part because it's just like, it's unique. I like the Vocaloid stuff. Like, one of my favorite Vocaloid things is not Miku. It's somebody edited the settings to make like metal, like emo metal shit, and it's like the.
Oh no, I like Vocaloid stuff.
Like Forest. Have you heard of Forest Sick Boy?
No.
Forest Sick Boy is easily one of my favorite like Vocaloid projects, and a lot of people do like they use Vocaloids to simulate screaming, and it's really cool. Like, it sounds like really fucking neat.
No, I can't stress enough. I like Vocaloids and like synthesized voices and stuff. I don't want them on button inputs that are added on top of a song. That fucks with my inputs. In like Project Diva, you're literally playing along to the singing. Whereas in Friday Night Funkin', it sounded like there's a song playing, and then instead of hearing like a every time you hit a note, you hear a like that'd fuck me playing the game up.
That made it better for me because I was able to like actually hear the beat as opposed to focus on the sound. Like, I have the opposite problem. I have to hear the beat and then hear like there's like the beat has to have a tangible, like, if I'm like see the arrows.
Yeah.
It has to have a tangible part of it that makes sense.
No, for me, I need that sound to be consistent and quiet. I need a like, that's how I do it.
I see. Two sides of the same coin.
Yes. We're inverses.
That's why there's two of us on our face.
But But needless to say that I will not be doing a playthrough of Friday Night Funkin'.
Yeah, I can't in good conscience anymore keep talking about it. I just can't. It's unfortunate because
check
it
out the
literally...
soundtrack. I'm sure some of those.
I'm hoping
fine.
Kawaii Sprite's not a flagrant fucking racist.
Nope.
But I don't know anymore.
They might just be a pedophile.
Yeah.
Flip the coin.
Oh man.
That's the other coin. It's a different currency, and there's no exchange rate.
It's so frustrating. But like at the same time, we were talking about this before too. Once again, the Slammers. We went over a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And we're just like, there is a point in time where you're just gonna have to consume media and forget there's people behind it.
You're gonna have to go back
because the moment you remember that there's people, those people are probably not good people. And like, there's one thing of like, okay, it's totally fine to be socially conscious and not support things. Like, I know a lot of people who are not going to be playing the new Hogwarts game because J.K. Rowling is a fucking TERF.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense. But like, you also have to realize that Hayao Miyazaki has said some fucking off-the-wall shit too. Like, everybody just kind of has a very, like, the unfortunate thing about realizing the media that you consume is made by real people is that, like, sometimes those real people have fatal flaws.
So here's the difference that I know, and it's why I hate indie games. It's because with an indie game, it's a small team of people.
Right.
It is a very focused product that is delivered to you as a part of a vision from a select group of people. When you choose not to support a game like Friday Night Funkin', you are directly not supporting a single person. Miyazaki may have said some crazy shit, but all those animators didn't. All those voice actors didn't. That whole studio
That's
didn't.
also me not saying that Miyazaki's a racist. I don't know if he said anything racist, but Miyazaki just is a head ass.
He's just kind of a jerk. J.K. Rowling, if you don't like J.K. Rowling and you don't want to support the game because of it, that's fine. I respect that. On the other hand, J.K. Rowling already won. And all you're doing by not buying the game is not supporting, Avalanche? Who's even making
I don't know. I think somebody, and I get that. I mean, that's like the answer to the Red Dead Redemption shit, right? Where it's like, we always talk about this every single time, especially in video games. If you don't buy the game, the people at the top are not going to look at it as it's a problem with them. They're always going to look at it as it's a problem with the team.
But I even mean, like, from that perspective, if just, like, on a moral level, it's like, I don't want to buy this because I don't want to support the CEO.
Right.
It's like, CEO is going to get paid no matter what. If you really like Harry Potter, and you grew up liking Harry Potter, like, odds are you already own the books. You don't got to buy those again. But buying the Harry Potter game because you like the series, that's not you saying that you support J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I always, like, when that's why I vehemently disagree with people who sit there and are like, well, you should know better. It's like, do you know how much stupid shit happens in a day? In a fucking day? Our capital just got fucking rushed by a bunch of Zergers, bro. Like, straight up. Like, and you're gonna sit there and tell me, like, I should know about whether or not J.K. Rowling made a problematic tweet? Homeboy, look, I get it. I'm not here. Like, I like the thing. And you know what? I think Cosmonaut Marcus made a really good point of it. He was like, I'm paraphrasing here, and go watch his video on the Harry Potter series. It's really good. Mm-hmm. But, you know, he was like, it doesn't make, he goes, it really just feels like when J.K. Rowling is adding all of these, like, quote-unquote woke things that happened in fucking Hogwarts and, like, the Harry Potter world, it's because she began to realize that she made a largely white-centric and, like, wrote it in a place, in a time where that mentality wasn't really in. And he goes, it doesn't matter because it wasn't about that.
She was also a crazy homeless British woman
who wrote it on a fucking coffee napkin. And it's like, you know what? You don't have to...
But in that moment, she knew that they shit themselves. Because guess what? You draw from your life experiences.
How many coffee napkins had to magic away poor J.K. Rowling? No, is it J.K.? Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost said Simmons.
Poor J.K. Simmons and his magical homeless wizard story.
Wizard poop.
Point being is that if at the end of the day you're like, I'm not buying it, I don't want to. I don't agree with J.K. Rowling. I don't want to support Harry Potter anymore.
That sucks that we're not done with our weeks, because this would have been a perfect transition into one of our stories.
Well, it'll give a little something to look forward to.
A little something to look forward to.
If you choose to, if you're like, I hate J.K. Rowling, I don't want to deal with Harry Potter anymore. I respect that. That totally makes sense on the principle alone. But if you're like, I like Harry Potter and I don't like J.K. Rowling, understand that no matter what, J.K. Rowling is gonna get the money. She's already paid. She's already paid.
Yep.
Just for the licensing, she got paid. You want to play your dumb wizard game? Just play your dumb wizard game. Now the difference is, if you don't want to support J.K. Rowling and then you donate to her Patreon, that's directly supporting.
Yeah.
That's a lot more morally obvious, whether you know what side you're choosing to take.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for indie games, unfortunately, where it's like when all the Fez stuff was happening with what's his face.
I spent $5 downloading a real executable version of Friday Night Funkin', only to find out that I gave $5 to a man
Literally,
whose next game might be a black genocide game.
Yeah.
So I'm not super pumped about that. And I would rather tell everybody else at that point that while there are several, like there are a couple of other people who have like dedicated themselves to the craft, and who are involved, who may or may not be good people, I will come out and instead of saying, hey, go download this game and give them some money, I will say, maybe just if you are curious, play the demo and don't ever give them anything other than that.
Point being is that if you want to vote with your wallet, vote with your wallet. Totally in agreement with that. If you really do still want to just play Cyberpunk because you want to play a Cyberpunk game, unfortunately, those devs were already crunched and those CEOs are already paid. You can just play Cyberpunk. It'll be okay. It'll be all right.
I don't know, that reminds me of that one picture, but another perfect analogy is it's a really stupid Rugrats meme.
Oh, okay, that's not the one I was thinking of.
It's Tommy Pickles looking at Chucky, and he's like, "Swing at me, bruh. She already gave me head. Why you mad? Why the fuck you mad?"
Yeah. But
it's frustrating, but it's also something you kind of have to fucking understand and acknowledge.
Set the line for yourself, wherever that may lie. I hate most of Atlas's business practices. I really like Persona.
Square Enix is one of my favorite developers of all time. Does that mean that they haven't done some fuck shit to third-party publishers that they're in charge of? Absolutely not. Eidos Montreal would like a fucking word with you.
Hey,
so like,
I'm sorry. If that Metal Gear Solid remake drops, I'm gonna buy it.
Probably.
Konami did the shittiest play on someone ever. And again, I'm sure Kojima was draining them of money and resources.
If Zoe 3 comes out, I'm buying Zoe 3.
If Zoe 3 comes out, I'm gonna buy Zoe 3.
I'm buying Zoe
They'll make
3.
it work. I don't care.
I bought every iteration of Zoe HD I could to show them I want Zoe 3.
Yeah. Well, you didn't buy enough, did you?
No, I didn't. Of course not.
And that's okay, you know?
Yeah. So, anyways, in terms of games, I mean, I was going to say Friday Night Funkin' was one of the ones I was playing. It's unfortunate. I've been going back and forth between WoW and PSO2 because I'm trying to get ready for, hopefully I get the invite to the new Genesis beta.
Ayo.
I signed up for it right when it came out, and I know they say it's Japanese only, but I was going through I had the problem where I had set up a bunch of PSO accounts because unfortunately, unlike, I just forgot them, and in order to set up a Sega ID account back in the day, you had to do the Japanese CAPTCHA, and I had always forgotten, and you can't do like a resend password because you need to do some more Japanese CAPTCHAs, so instead of doing that, I just make a new one because I never made so much progress in PSO2.
Yeah.
So every time I was like, oh, there's a new update, I'd just like make a new one. And I remember I actually went down and I saw one of my emails, and I'm just trying to my damnedest. I'm like, okay, here's the main account I play on Japan. Oh, fuck, what email is it associated with?
Yeah.
And I didn't know. And so I was like, okay, so I'm going to sign up for it. I was like, haha, okay, so it says I signed up for it. I got an acceptance email in the sense of, oh, you did it. You signed up for it. Cool. Wait for whether or not you got chosen. I just didn't know. So I had to do some research. Finally, I found it. But then in that research, I found that one of those accounts got accepted to the first 2012-2011 PSO2 alpha.
Aww.
And I never knew. I just never played it. I was like, oh, fuck. That would have been cool. Playing that. But instead, I have been, the major thing I've been doing is watching some, like I said earlier, the Slammers have been going down a list of the shittiest movies, the movies with the shittiest reception. And there's one movie in particular that I would like to bring up.
Okay.
And it's The Mummy.
The
From
Tom
2017.
Cruise, the Tom
Yes.
Cruise Mummy.
Because I have never seen a movie like, okay, you know what Marvel is, right? And you know how, well, okay, let's bring you...
For everyone else.
Yes.
Who knows?
So the Marvel Cinematic Universe obviously has, for the last 10 or so years, been building up every single movie in its repertoire to build towards a particular storyline that it all meets at the end.
Yes.
Creating what is known as now the Cinematic Universe.
Uh-huh.
Several fucking franchises have been attempting this.
Mm-hmm.
And so many everyone forgets now, but Universal had attempted to do so with the Universal Monster line, and the first movie in that line was The Mummy with Tom Cruise.
Uh-huh.
It is incredible watching a movie try so hard at starting a cinematic universe and it ending with that intention, and knowing it's never going to go anywhere. That it got canceled off the back of that movie just fucking flat out failed.
The thing that makes the least amount of sense to me is that it is very obvious that it's one thing that makes it so obvious why Marvel succeeded in making their universe, and that's that they just planned it out. They just went like, okay, here's the story. This is our eventual endpoint. This is like our midpoint, first Avengers, and it all culminates into like an Infinity War. And you may add some little ones here and there,
right?
But you create a roadmap, and everyone just skips that part. They just skip they're just like, okay, so there's gonna be one movie. It's gonna have one franchise, and then the next movie is the one where everyone's here. Everyone's here.
You know, the thing is too is that the difference is that while I do think that there is a certain like kind of soullessness to some Marvel movies, you can tell that the mainline director, God, I'm forgetting his name. He was also in Chef. If you remember seeing that movie, he's the main character.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name? Someone in chat.
Feige?
Not Feige.
No.
That was a Ghostbusters guy.
Yeah. Oops.
Someone can give me that name in chat. I'd appreciate it. But like that gentleman actually gives a shit about the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
And the Star Wars universe, which is why Mandalorian is pretty fucking good. And why the
Favreau.
Jon Favreau, that's what it was. He's a nerd, dude. He knows his shit, and he gave them an idea, and they said, fuck it, go for it. And it's the most successful franchise of all time. Because you put somebody who gives a shit about the thing in front of it, and you give it to a bunch of people who are also relatively talented, you've got yourself the recipe for success.
Yeah.
Trying to do that lightning in a bottle thing without any of the established properties in a fucking functionally just completely broken system as much as I give respect to Jon Favreau for the Marvel movies and the cinematic universe and helping start that, I also blame the Marvel universe for ruining Hollywood entirely.
Movies.
It ruined movies because now every movie has to be part of some kind of cinematic
Every
universe.
movie needs to be a AAA open world action game with RPG loot elements.
Which is what I also brought up to them, was that the live service gaming, the equivalent for gaming is a live service idea. But like we were talking about it, and it was just like, yeah, movies just suck because they all keep trying to do this thing. And The Mummy was the first time that I watched something, and it wasn't very good, but fuck did I have such a good time watching it.
Fair enough.
That I was like, I would watch this cinematic universe because it is... watching Tom Cruise just be Tom Cruise and not like the hero guy.
Yeah.
In this, like, oh, well, I'm the big cool... No, Tom Cruise plays an art thief. If I remember, so I came into it relatively late. He plays an art thief who is actively using the military and ISIS to get what he's a piece of shit human being.
Yeah.
And seeing him play piece of shit people is really entertaining because he's super good at it.
Guess what? Tom Cruise, probably not a good guy.
Yeah. So
great at stunts.
Yeah.
I'll give him that any day of the week.
But a lot of the effects were relatively well done. And the general idea is that, like, there's this mummy, like, goddess person who gets brought back. And I'm going to paraphrase because I barely paid attention to the storyline. But somewhere along the line, he gets cursed by this person, and he gets chosen to be, like, the vessel of Set, the god of death, right? And he gets picked up from an agency. And this agency is run by Dr. Hyde, who there is a whole moment where there's a fight with Jekyll. And they start talking at the end, like, when everything is said and done, Tom Cruise has to sacrifice himself and actually becomes the vessel of Set, but keeps his humanity. So he becomes a monster, and the whole movie ends with him, and he's also got control of life and death, so he brought his zombified friend who's been just, like, in his mind with him. He brought him back from the dead, and they just do more art thief shit in the deserts. And they were just like, you know, the main lady's like, you know, he could really be a powerful ally to us in our fight against the darknesses and shit like that. And I've never seen a movie try so desperately to be like, here's the sequel bait, here's the universe, and it's gone.
So my brain immediately jumps to this. It's the same problem I have with zombie movies that don't say zombie. And it's, you're telling me that this guy is named Dr. Hyde?
Yes.
And then he turns into Jekyll. And no one goes, isn't this a little on the nose?
It is. So in the movie, because obviously.
Is it a universe where that story didn't exist until that moment?
Yes.
I don't like those kinds of
where the
fiction.
idea is that he's like, he goes, I'm Mr. Hyde, and he covers his hands with gloves and that are very long because they're just full of fucking like injections he uses to keep Jekyll at bay.
Yeah.
And at one point, Tom Cruise, in his infinite fucking wisdom, decides to snatch the fucking injector away and go, wait, because apparently they want to sacrifice him and make him the vessel anyway. So he's like, hey, fuck all that. Why can't you break the curse? And everyone's like, give him the fucking thing, you idiot. And he's like, no, he's going to kill me. And he goes, you don't understand what's about to happen. And he changes, and fucking this dude finally just starts flinging Tom Cruise around the area. And Jekyll just goes, hey, do you want to also... Hey, so you're still going to die, but do you want to just be, like, cool? Like, just like a cool god of death dude? And just pal around with me? And Tom Cruise is like, I just want to steal shit, bro. And he just punches them and runs. And you're just like... And then finally, all this is happening, and the fucking mummy bitch is, like, finally, like, let go off the leash. And it's just this very chaotic thing. And it's all bad. But if I wasn't, like, mindlessly entertained... Like, it was like, I looked at it, I was like, I would watch these movies because the production value is good enough to where I can be okay with, like, the popcorn filter.
I was going to say, so my initial question when it's like, okay, we're going on Rotten Tomatoes, we're going by worst rated movies.
Right.
That is including a buffer of a movie that released in a movie theater that is still a movie with a budget.
Yes.
It's not like...
We're not looking for like the Mr. like the best of the worst stuff.
50 movies on a DVD.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not just that, but there are times where we do that.
All right.
They just specifically were like, you got to come watch this movie with us. That they did an entire best of the worst episode on. Ben and Arthur or something like that.
Oh, you guys watch Ben and Arthur?
I haven't seen it. So they watched it and they said, we're going to watch it.
You should watch it. See, I could have fun with a movie like The Mummy, except for the fact that I think that movie is like 2.5 hours long. Like it's like
it doesn't feel it. It's very well paced in the sense, and by that I mean like it's too fucking fast.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that we discussed too, was that because of the fact that they're trying to set up cinematic universes, none of these movies ever have time to themselves, and apparently Tenet is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Where Tenet is apparently just That's why I sat there and I was talking to them about it, because I watched a video that was like Christopher Nolan has an exposition problem, and I'm watching the scenes where they're describing the whole science behind the time inversion shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, that analogy I made between Christopher Nolan is just the American Hideo Kojima is too apt.
Probably,
It's too apt, because if you think about all of the stuff that he does, there's almost like in like Interstellar, or more specifically like why am I forgetting the fucking name?
Inception?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Inception. There's an entire just section of 30 to 45 minutes of him explaining the science.
Yeah.
And that happens apparently very frequently in Tenet. Whereas every other movie in Hollywood is the opposite, where they just machine gun fire the rules of the universe because they want to get to the next thing.
Who cares? There's no explosions. Stop talking.
Right.
Stop.
Right. 100%.
But I will say that as much fun as it can be to enjoy like a movie like The Mummy that is just big and bombastic and stupid, and it got all this money and all this production value, and it still falls flat on its face, I will still always prefer, we filmed this on a shitty camcorder. We had to quickly film on location because we didn't have permits.
Yeah.
And the weird, awkward... I will take the weird, awkward 90-minute, nearly home video film type of bad film.
Yeah.
Or even the middle film of God's Not Dead. God's Not Dead has just enough production value to be a Hallmark film.
If God's Not Dead is allowed on that watch party thing, we're doing it.
When are we all getting together for God's Not Dead 2?
And 3.
And 3. I'm ready to get the crew back together.
I'm going to call Lyle up and tell him we need to do it.
And
this time we have to do a fucking reaction, something to it.
I am so
because
down.
Fucking if your movie sucks can do it, everyone else can do it.
Yeah.
He just cuts up the best pieces and throws it up, and it's fine.
Fair
and
enough.
his fucking channel doesn't get pinged super hard.
We'll figure it out, I guess. But yeah, that's the kind of bad movies I tend to gravitate towards. I want it to be shitty and awkward. I want to see the GIF fire effect that you poorly green screened on, and you can tell the loop point and it snaps back.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting about this movie and I want to show it to you so bad. I think I might have ruined it for you already though.
Oh, that's fine.
But there are certain people who we haven't ruined it for that I think would really enjoy it. It's called Lifted. It's a Christian. It's a film in the same vein of God is Not
Is
Dead.
that the one with the rap at the end?
Yes.
Okay, you've shown me the rap.
Yeah.
You've shown me the big emotional climax.
So do you remember the
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes.
Shit.
And
so I did spoil it for you.
Yes.
Because
yeah.
that is the fucking.
You spoiled it for me, but if we found even one person that wasn't spoiled, it'd be worth going through. It'd be worth going through just to see what they think. Yeah, that one was fucking wild.
God's Not Dead. That one is incredible because that one is like they act like when you go back and watch it again, you're like, holy shit, it's actually set up really well. Like, like the payoff is nuts. Like that is incredible. But in this entire miserable movie, the payoff is actually super well done. Like really well done, and there's a lot of things that don't make sense. You're just like, oh no, that's why. Fuck. But yeah, dude, that's a shame. I would have been totally on board with the Universal Monster Cinematic Universe because if it was like that level. But I get what you mean too, because the problem with that kind of stuff is that like it's the antithesis to what Fast and Furious is, where I really want to sit down and watch those films with you because I can't stress enough. It just gets to a point where it is just anime and it is just entertaining. Like it's not bad. It gets to a point where like you can laugh at it and it's not just telling you to laugh with it and not at it. It's saying do both. Yeah. Like it is so shameless and it's like in how it presents its things, but the characters are actually really lovable. Mm-hmm. There's really good dynamics between all of them, and when one of them when the gentleman who died, when they have to say goodbye to his character, it's actually kind of heartbreaking. It's like super heartbreaking, and you're just like, this sucks. And you can see, and like they actually, like during that whole time where it happened, they had to do it mid-film. Like, they didn't have that ending in place, and then they came together and fucking
his brother came in.
Yeah, his brother came in and did it. And like, you can tell, like, there's like,
it is the one and only respectful, I wish there was another word, respectful deepfake in a cinematic movie ever.
Yeah, and it's
every other one has been disgusting and gross.
Yeah, and like the send off with them going to different directions. It's beautiful. It's a really beautiful fucking moment.
It is. See, and that's why I'm so open to the idea of Fast and the Furious as opposed to because one of the reasons I don't like going and seeing the big action movie because it's boring to just watch a bunch of CGI explode.
Right.
And I thought that maybe it's like, oh, maybe I just don't like movies. Like, I really got to the point where I kept going to see movies during my time in college. And, like, we went and saw Star Wars. And, like, there's a bunch of people running around and things are exploding. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen this before. And it wasn't until, because I had never seen the first movie, the second Kingsman came out.
Yeah.
And I had never seen the first Kingsman. I had no basis for what this series was. And every single action scene was so fucking weird and well choreographed and crazy. And like,
you know who did the cinematography for that, right?
No, off the top of my head, no.
You know the guy who did the real life hero, My Hero Academia stuff?
Oh, right. Yeah. It's him.
Yeah, it's him.
And he does really fucking cool work, and it makes the action scenes fun to watch.
Yeah, he needs to be on every single action unit ever.
And because the action scenes make up so much of those movies, if they're boring, then in my brain, the whole movie becomes boring.
Yes.
Even if the dialogue is hammy and stupid and silly, the whole movie becomes boring. Mm-hmm. So whenever I see a Fast and the Furious clip of a car jumping off of a bridge, the car jumping off of a bridge, tangling up a rope around the tire, and then swinging across a ravine, I'm like,
by the way, catch up with a stealth fighter plane.
They're gonna land the car on the plane.
Okay, so I have to once again.
I saw who was in Hobbs and Shaw, Idris Elba, or was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Idris Elba.
When I saw, it's like, okay, so this is a spinoff of that car racing series, right? And then I saw him in power armor roller skating down the street. I was like, what do you mean?
You've got to watch that. Fuck, because even I said Jesse go watch it. And Jesse was like, "This is such a good fucking movie. Holy shit!" Because it's just anime. The whole fucking idea is that he's a super soldier that can see. He's got a HUD in his brain, and he can see like things preliminary. Like he can predict shit. So when he's fighting fucking like the Rock character, and you see him like throwing a punch, he calculates the punch at having 1,300 kilograms of force.
See, Fast and the Furious. I agree with you that Fast and the Furious is anime, but it's not for the reason you think it is. The reason I see Fast and the Furious as an anime is because it is a series in which the starting point and the ending point are so unrecognizable from each other. The evolution of scale and scope of content it becomes so weird by the end that you think about where you started and it almost looks quaint. And it's the only like American live action film series or any like series really that I can think of that is like that, where you look at the start point and you look at the end point and it's like, I just don't even know how we got here. I just don't even know how did it escalate.
Willing to fucking cut this short tonight and just go through these stories and just talk about them as we can. If you are to just start this like get one out of the way.
Just get one
number one out of the way, and then
right.
we can move on and just throughout the whole week. And then you know what you got to do with me?
Yeah.
We got to watch Rebuild 2.
We do need to do that, but honestly, my equivalent of my Fast and the Furious is Gurren Lagann.
Okay, so let's start Gurren Lagann.
Well, I think we should start Gurren Lagann.
full disclosure, I've only ever seen bits and pieces of Gurren.
Yeah,
That's why.
Gurren Lagann is a perfect escalation. It is the most perfect escalation of all time.
So, I'm gonna hit you with something my friend hit me with the other day.
Sure.
Because you know what do you remember what the Japanese names of the Fast and Furious movies are?
No.
Fast and Furious translates to Wild Speed.
No, it doesn't.
So yes. So here's what they're called in Japan. I'm gonna go through each of the names.
Sure.
Fast and Furious 1 is Wild Speed.
Okay.
Too Fast, Too Furious is Wild Speed X2. The Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift is just Wild Speed X3 Tokyo Drift.
Wild Speed here.
Fast and Furious 4, which is just called Fast and Furious, is called Wild Speed Max.
Okay.
Fast 5 is called Wild Speed Mega Max. Fast and Furious 6 is Wild Speed Euro Mission. Furious 7 is Wild Speed Sky Mission. Fate of the Furious is, which is 8, Wild Speed Ice Break. And in Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw is the one that everyone loves, Wild Speed Super Combo.
So that is incredible.
In that naming convention, what is Fast and Furious 9?
Is it Fast and the Furious Broken Bridge?
No, but you're one of those words is in it. Remember, think of the naming convention.
Is it?
It's Wild Speed 9.
Wild Speed 9.
Something.
Broken.
Not.
Is it Bridge?
No.
Okay. I have no clue.
Are you want to know it?
I want to know it.
Wild Speed 9 Jet Break.
So the Japanese naming convention is what was the big trailer moment?
What's the big trailer moment?
That's the name of the movie.
Yes.
It is someone in Japan who cannot speak any English.
Yeah.
Watching the trailer and then picking a moment from the trailer and it's like, I guess that's what the movie's called. Write it down.
And it's fantastic.
It's amazing. I was a big fan of not Wild Speed Mega Max. Wild Speed Ice Break.
Yeah.
I wish it was Icebreaker. But
It's Euro Mission, Ice Break, then Sky Break, then Super Combo.
Sky Break.
But the idea, I don't know what he means. But they keep saying space is not the limit. So, because there's one more, in the franchise, one more film after this, and then there's spin-offs coming out.
Okay.
So he keeps saying, space might not be the limit. And we're like, whoa. What do you mean?
I wish that more movies had taken I'm gonna say the dumb action hero, your Schwarzeneggers and your Stallones, and they just every time a new Terminator comes out or a new Rambo comes out, it's the same thing. Right? What does Rambo got to do? He's got to protect a barn from people, and he has the bow and he does the Rambo thing you've seen in Mortal Kombat. No. Rambo should be fighting aliens by now. The whole world, the globe, should be Rambo's forest.
Yeah.
And the threat should be intergalactic in scope.
Yeah. Western action films have always been really bad at escalation.
Do you see, you remember the opening to Ashura's Wrath?
Yes.
That should be Stallone.
Yep.
100%.
Because it makes no sense that you don't, it's just, the biggest problem I have with most traditional Western action films is because of the fact that not only that lack of escalation, because they keep trying to ground it, it doesn't they get so afraid of getting too out there, and then you see the antithesis of it with the Fast and Furious franchise, because at some point, I'm getting so bad at remembering fucking actors' names.
I never got good at it, so that's fair. You could make one up, and I'll believe
guy.
you.
Because I don't refer to them as Vin Diesel.
Yes,
I refer to them as their characters because that's how I remember them.
He's not Vin Diesel.
So
he's
Dominic
Dom.
Toretto, so Vin Diesel.
I just call him Wheelman because he's from Wheelman.
Yeah, so I think after a certain point he ended up actually becoming in charge of Fast and Furious, and that's when it fucking lift it off into what it was. And I think it was the best decision anyone's ever made. Now, granted, there's a lot of unfortunate behind-the-scenes flare-ups because everyone wants to do the big action thing, like all the men.
Yeah.
But you can't make a good movie, and that's why it's like it's so close to anime, because there's the power leveling. It's actually closer to Dragon Ball in that everyone is kind of on equal scale, but Dom keeps getting progressively stronger and stronger. And now, like, because you remember the fucking Fast 9 trailer, right? Where it's like, his enemy is his brother now, who is the only person who can fight Dom on equal grounds now. Because Dom has beat the shit out of The Rock. He's beat the shit out of Jason Statham.
Yeah.
He's beat the shit out of all these other people.
The idea that he has beaten the shit out of The Rock, a character who in the trailer I saw hold down a helicopter with his arms.
And he beat him. And the fact that Dominic Toretto is considered in the government to be one of the most valuable assets that they have now. You're gonna watch part 1. If we watch it tonight, you're gonna watch part 1. And you're gonna go, fuck off. There's no way.
That is the most exciting prospect to me.
Yeah.
There is nothing more exciting than
because
that.
you know what, because it goes from, because there's 1 and then there 2 happens, and 2 completely is like 2 is essentially a side story that the only reason for it is it introduces Tyrese Gibson's character.
Sure.
That's it.
That's fine.
And that guy's incredible because he's the best. He's amazing comic
if we're
relief.
doing it, I'm going through the whole thing.
Right.
I'm ready.
So, and then when then 3 happens, oh, and that's the other thing. The guy from 3 who was never in all of them, he's back too. So, like, 9 is just everyone is here. Yeah, like straight up. So,
can I just say that if we had let the Expendables get to this point, that seemed pretty obvious, right? Like,
but once again, people don't know. And like the other thing is too, is that when you watch the action scenes in later Fast and Furious films, there are people like James Wan is really good at what he fucking does. Because you know what he did? He did the Star Trek films, and those, like the last one, the most recent one, it's got some really sick fucking action sequences in it.
The one that was written by Simon Pegg?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Like the very last
good.
one.
I like the one written by Simon Pegg.
The very last one.
I never saw the second one. I think I saw the first one a couple times.
Yeah. That one is, and that one has got James Wan behind it, and he's a fucking talented filmmaker. It's like where Michael Bay was for a little while, where like, I think that a lot of shit that Michael Bay gets for the Transformers movies, go back and watch Transformers action scenes. They're fucking nuts.
Yeah.
They are nuts. So
They're
like buildings
busy,
coming down.
But
they're very busy, but like in terms of like Western action, very few people can keep up with like James Wan and fucking Michael Bay in terms of how they present action. They just can't. The only other person would be Chris, the gentleman who did the Kingsman shit.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of other like he gets signed on for a lot of like the superhero and like Star Wars shit.
but see, like,
he's like no one can capture action as well as these guys can do.
and then if you want realistic action, it's the John Wick team.
Yeah, and they're super good at it.
They just, you want efficient, real fighting?
Right.
It's John Wick.
And they're an offshoot from the Matrix team, which at the time were really good at creating very fucking
weirdo action shit.
Weirdo action shit. Like there's so much talent within the action division that something like the Expendables having so many fucking awful action scenes makes no sense.
All my brain just sees it as you have all these giant personalities who want to be the star. They all want to be the star, right? So you let them decide what they want to do. You let them one-up each other, movie after movie. It's like, well, fucking Stallone got to throw an aircraft carrier in Expendables 5.
Right, which is what they do with the Fast and Furious.
And so
films.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, this movie, he's like, well, I'm gonna throw a man into the sun. I'm gonna throw a man into the sun. And then Vin Diesel was like, well, if you're gonna throw a man into the sun, I'm gonna throw the sun. I'm going to throw the sun into a different galaxy and blow that up. Just let them keep going and going. Because, like, Transformers, they should have fought Cybertron by the end of that series.
Yeah.
The planet should have transformed, And they should have had to fight. Transformers should have been piloting Transformers. I don't know what the fuck happens in that series. I got no idea anything about Transformers.
Casual reminder of who still owns the Evangelion copyright here. Mr.
That's
Michael
cool.
Bay.
No Evangelion will ever make it stateside.
Nope.
Ever.
No.
Never. Come on, G kids. I wait every day with wallet open and breath bated. Ready to spend.
Oh, God. Well, that was fun.
I want to see Vin Diesel, like, Roman cancel.
Well...
Is he going to... Does he Roman cancel?
Mainly in cars. Listen.
When all of the cars surround Vin Diesel...
At the end of 8.
And they shoot the harpoons in, that's a burst.
Yeah.
He bursts the cars off of him and then drives away.
Yes. And that's not even like that the entirety of that scene.
No. And then it keeps going.
And then it keeps going. So see, Fast and Furious is such a fucking good. I don't like the thing that I don't get is that so many people, they sit there and they love anime action, and they'll go, nah, Fast and Furious seems dumb. It's like, go fuck yourself. This is why Hollywood movies suck. Because you can't sit there and accept the fact. It's like, you want things to be interesting, but you don't want it like, oh, I want my realistic action. Well, here's your realistic action. 1917, fucking Expendables.
So here is the exact problem. And it's the problem every person has, regardless of community or interest or anything. And that is that I watched the trailer. First of all, it's popular, and I've never had any experience with it. And then I watched the trailer, and it's Vin Diesel saying, my family or whatever. It's like, wow, all these years he's still talking about his fucking family. Who cares about his fucking family? And then you see a car driving on ice, and then a submarine comes out. You have no context for that scene. You just see that one thing, and your brain doesn't go, oh, wow, isn't this kind of a really weird fucking thing for an action movie, actually?
Yeah.
Your brain goes, this is a dumb action movie. And then you stop there, and you never just try it. You just stop there. And that is where your opinion is formed.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, and it sucks because...
It's a big budget action movie that China likes. Whatever. Skip.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, too, that it's just like... What's the one series that's been able to go toe-to-toe with Marvel? Fast and Furious. Fast and Furious and Marvel constantly fight for, like, who made the most money.
Yeah.
Because even though it's so popular... It's still something where it's like people still look at it with such a low regard because they go, it's just dumb action film.
It's just another Fast and the Furious. How many of these fucking movies are they gonna make?
Right, and then if you sit down and watch it all, you go, how many more can they make? Please.
How realistically, how many more could they make?
Yeah, we're getting to that point where it's finally starting to be like they're gonna need to do the big space thing, and then once that happens,
that's not the end.
We're done. I know that's what they said. I don't know what that means, but I'm fucking...
Dom has to fight himself. He's got to fight himself from a different reality, a ruined future. Dom has to come back.
If fucking Dom had to go back in time and fucking drift tanks...
Could you imagine that it's the final action scene of Fast and the Furious? It's Dom versus Dom with an eye patch and a scar.
No, it's Dom versus Vin Diesel.
It's Dom... Okay.
And he has to fight him to stay alive.
No. So this is what it is. By the end of Fast and the Furious 9, like, the world is permanently ruined. Permanently ruined. Dom had to go to space to stop an orbital laser, and he drove his car up the space elevator, and he blew up the orbital laser, but not before it could come crashing down, wiping out most, if not all, of humanity. But luckily... the time machine they introduce halfway through the movie is brought. It's the only thing surviving in a wasteland. It's like a Camaro and the time machine that's the size of a garage so that the Camaro can fit.
Yes.
And the end of Fast and the Furious 9 is Dom with his eye patch and scar driving the Camaro into the time machine and showing up in our world. Vin Diesel is the hero of Fast and the Furious 10. And see, The final action scene of Fast and the Furious 10 is Vin Diesel driving against Dom with an eye patch and a scar in the same car. And they are driving through portals through all of the iconic action scenes of all the other Fast and the Furious movies, weaving in and out and changing reality for those timelines as well.
I want you to understand how fucking close that might be, because you don't understand. In Hobbs and Shaw, the fucking force that they're fighting against are an Illuminati organization with the intent to try to evolve humanity. So like, this is starkly close.
What's the name of the main female character?
Letty.
Letty?
Yeah.
So Dom's in his Camaro on top of a mountain, and way off into the distance, you see Letty in like a Honda whatever.
Yeah.
With 10 lances of Longinus stabbed through it. And Vin Diesel just screams,
Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
it's fucking
And it starts fucking fourth impact.
The Rock, completely white except his tattoos, is rising into the sky with his weird vagina eye. People are turning into Pennzoil. Everyone's getting absorbed into the big carburetor in the sky. People are exploding into BMW emblems all the way across America. Dom's sitting in his colored pencil room as his family's standing around him. I just wanted to go fast. Well, you realize when you go fast, you miss things, right? I never thought of it that way before.
You know, like family.
Like your family, you know?
Where's your son, Dom?
Maybe the world should be family.
Congratulations!
And then,
I can't believe you just spoiled 4.0 for me.
And then Dom, with an eye patch and a scar, is standing over Vin Diesel, who is laying on the ground, now who has the same eye patch and scar. Very important. And Dom chokes Vin Diesel, and Vin Diesel comes to.
And he says, I am Groot.
Holy fuck, who gives a shit what happened in the news?
Yeah, dude.
Let's just keep going down this train of thought.
Oh my god.
Wow, my god.
So you just want to watch, just fuck this, you want to go watch Fast and Furious?
Just go just end the podcast.
Just end the podcast real quick? So I don't care, I'll rapid fire these fucking stories. Let's just go.
Damn. How fast could you really
So
rapid
furiously.
fire?
So furiously.
So furiously, dude. The speed is so wild, bro.
I believe with our super combo, we can get through this relatively well.
All right. So let's do the quickest ones first. Resident Evil Village has a big titty vampire mommy.
And everybody loves her.
Everyone loves her.
We're going to get a showcase of it on the 21st, which if I can go ahead and react to that, hopefully it's not... I think it's going to be somewhere after work hours, so that's going to be fine.
Also, it's not for Resident Evil 8. It's for the future of Resident Evil.
It's both.
Well, no, it is both, but it is in general just the future of Resident Evil.
Yeah, and there's an untitled video game that you're apparently going to be invited to a beta for, so I finally signed up for that after a very arduous process. I'm very excited. That'd be nuts if they announce RE4 remake there.
Yeah,
because apparently that is in production, and I'm starting to believe. Shout outs to Control. Control gave me shit the last time, by the way, because he was really upset because I did misrepresent him a little bit, but it was for the joke. I want to be 100% clear. It's for the meme. But Control's theory was, he goes, they're gonna reboot the entire series because they can't. They want to keep it within the direction that they're going, where it's a little bit more serious, but not. They don't want to like completely remove the action, but they don't want Chris fucking
Chris Redfield can't-
boulder punching.
Yeah.
You know, which I guess makes sense. But, you know.
He should still punch a boulder. It should just not work.
Yeah.
You should still try to punch it. But then, like, well, Albert Wesker needs to bamf. Because then what's the point?
Well, the other thing is, too, is that, like, it's... In that case, then RE1 Remake is still not technically within that canon as well. So they're going to need to remake that as well. So... But they are working on RE4 Remake. That was the leak thing, was that, you know, RE4 Remake is coming. So, and apparently this online thing might be the weird battle royale thing they've got going on, which who knows how that's gonna fucking work. After playing Resistance online, God, that was miserable.
Have they ever made a fun multiplayer Resident Evil game
Outbreak
that people played?
Resident Evil Outbreak.
The PS2 one, PS2 one
Yeah.
that you plug in with an Ethernet cable?
Yes.
Okay.
And if they ever turn around and made Resident Evil Outbreak right now, it would fucking kill.
But the people who played Resident Evil Outbreak are the people who played the original Metal Gear Online.
Monster Hunter also existed on... I mean, the PS2 was a very successful online platform, bro.
The only online-enabled game I had was Godzilla Save the Earth, and I didn't try it.
Homie, that's you. But I'm telling you, I asked for the fucking Ethernet cord. My first game was Monster Hunter. That shit was dope. Okay. Granted, the analog thumbstick for attacks was weird, but it was fucking dope. And there was a lot of amazing online games. I mean, Metal Gear Online, originally, like for 3, fucking ace. Like, it was super cool.
I was really sad that Metal Gear Solid 5 Online, like, came out, and I played it. I'm like, this is pretty fun.
It's a shame it doesn't work.
Died like a day. I played with Miguel once. It worked when we played it.
Not long enough.
Well, that's because no one played it anymore, and then all your connections were bad because no one was left.
Yeah.
Which was sad.
Yeah.
I'd take a Resident Evil Battle Royale. I'd want it to play like 6, though. I'd want to do a funny I want people jumping over each other as the TW
everybody talks shit about 6, and it's the most successful Resident Evil game in the entire franchise.
As the BR virus comes in.
God damn it. So yeah, that's a thing. Not a whole lot to report on just yet. We're definitely I'm going to be reacting to it. I don't know if you're interested in being along for that ride.
Probably not. I have minimal to no investment
in Resident Evil.
I probably wouldn't add much, unfortunately.
Speaking of minimal to no investment, hey, Itagaki made a studio again.
Is Itagaki not just the head of the one that he was already working at?
No, I think he got fucking he left because of all the allegations against him.
Oh. Well, I guess that's what happens when you made the titty game.
Either he had retired and decided to come back, or when all those allegations of him coming out being just a general shitheel, he ended up using that as a launch to retire. Yeah, it's kind of, once again, like when we were talking about that earlier point of like, it's really shitty because he's got a lot of really cool ideas.
Yeah.
But I still also would have really just loved to have played the original Devil's Third and not what we got, honestly.
Is that the Wii U game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you remember the original Devil's Third?
Not very well, because it's been completely overwritten by, once
If
again, Vin
I
Diesel.
show you the first trailer for it, you'll be like, yeah, that game would have been way better.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the Suda51 game.
Oh,
Killer is dead. Not Killer is dead.
Not Killer is dead.
Let It Die was supposed to be.
No, not Let It Die.
Well,
Fuck,
Let It Die was supposed to be.
Oh, Lily Bergamo.
Yes.
Yeah. Which Lily Bergamo is a way fucking cooler concept.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about Shadows of the Damned, which was also.
No, I don't care about that. I that game had to fail so that Suda could hold an L. You know what? Yeah. That's the stance I'm taking on Shadows of the Damned. Sacrifice it so that man can hold an L.
Yeah. You know what? I got a more controversial stance.
Sure.
I don't want to play No More Heroes 3.
Not really, no.
I want to play goddamn Superhero.
No, that's not controversial. Every single person I've talked to about that, I've never been more upset to see a character I really like.
Yeah.
Ever in my life.
Once again, casual reminder: your goddamn superhero was a way cooler concept.
Goddamn superhero. Well, it wasn't. It never was.
Never was.
It never was.
Yeah, I don't know. What the fuck does Itagaki have to say about anything anymore? I mean, the Dead or Alive franchise has already been kind of put into a very weird place where the fighting games are still kind of titillating, but not in the traditional sense anymore. I mean, you still have the $900 worth of costume DLC plus.
It must sell.
But the Venus Vacation free-to-play title is
probably bringing in more.
Yeah.
Because you get to skip the part where you have to play a fighting game.
That is the most egregious, like, remember what I think we've talked about this, where the soft engine is insane with how it processes like soft surfaces and like fabrics and stuff,
and it's completely
and it's
exclusively used
for fucking just
for titty
and like, which is great, but then like
you could share the tech.
You could just, hey, how did you get the person's shirt? Like, do you remember that we were watching the I think you were watching with me, where it's like there's this guy I follow called RenderMax, who does a lot of MMO based content, and he was going through like a year 2020 roundup, and there's a character that they released in the Venus Vacation one, and she's taking her shirt and she's like doing the airing it out, and you look at it and you go, oh my god, look at those tech, it's so good. How is that's not clipping through anything?
Though, to be fair, in a game like that, you can pre-render most of that. You can pre-render most of it.
But no, there's still...
Where you well, you can bake the animation.
You could bake the animation in, but it's still all in-game.
Yes, but even still, where it's like, nothing is dynamically happening. No one comes in and punches her while she's fixing her shirt.
I will never not get over the demo video of the soft engine of Neo Tengu sitting on the volleyball and just kind of rolling around on it, and then you just go, where's the... and you see the deformation in her ass as it goes across, and you're like
this is the future of gaming.
This is future tech. What the fuck?
I will always be a little sad as someone who very casually thinks that Dead or Alive is a fun fighting game that has a lot of characters that the more I think about, I kind of like I like a lot of them.
Yeah.
And 6 is included. I like Nico, obviously. And the new kickboxing guy is cool. I love Zach.
Zach's great.
Zach should just be... You know what? Dead or Alive 5 got a bunch of Virtua Fighter characters. I think it's time to repay it. I think when Virtua Fighter 6 comes out...
Zach. Hell yeah, bro.
Zach should be in there. You can put Kasumi and... pink hair one. Ayame?
I'm forgetting every single name today. My brain is just on full dummy.
And then Ryu Hayabusa.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And don't put what's his fucking face, the ninja guy. Who cares?
Ein. I think his name is actually Ein.
No, Ein is the
Ein? Yeah.
I thought that was the kid with the blonde hair.
Hayate.
Yeah, fuck Hayate. But you just give them just give Virtua Fighter some Dead or Alive characters and just let them make like a fighting game, because you guys are not interested in it anymore. And it sucks because 6 has fucking Mai Shiranui and Kula Diamond in it, and like
they all look great.
They look great. They cost $8 each. That's too much. If they were $5, I would have bought all the DLC for that game. Well, the character DLC. Let me be very specific. Character DLC. And if you want to make $900 worth of costume DLC, that's fine. I don't care. Just also just make the game work online, maybe. That game will never escape the stigma, though, and they clearly don't care.
I don't. I don't think anybody who's like a real Dead or Alive fan should give a shit, because like that's half the fun, you know. But like I do appreciate that.
No, I don't think Dead or Alive should change. I just wish more people gave the fighting game part of it a chance, because I do think it is fun.
I look at it the same way that I look at a lot of the problems that I had with people approaching Nier. Nier Automata when it first came out.
This is the titty android.
It's the
game.
titty android game.
Titty made game.
Right, and not the completely soul-rending, heartbreaking experience that it's supposed to be.
Well, once again, it is the inverse of your Fast and the Furious complaint. It is normal people looking at one trailer for Nier Automata, or maybe even the box art, and going, that looks like an anime pervert game. I don't want to play it. Instead of, like, if you just play, like, the opening of the game even.
People
like,
just
just
have
the
a really,
opening.
People just have a really shitty fucking view on sex.
People...
Like, they just do.
That's not the point I was
What I
making.
mean
That's
is...
a different point.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it culminates in the whole thing where it's, like, the idea is, like, you can't have anything even look remotely, like, lewd, or else people just lose all fucking, like, respect for it. Like, at all time.
But Dead or Alive is a disgusting pervert game.
That is a disgusting pervert
Dead or
game.
Alive is a disgusting
Venus
pervert
Vacation
game.
is a disgusting pervert game.
No, mainline Dead or Alive
Yes.
is already, yes.
Right, but
If
the
you're-
idea that you can't look at, like, so you put, like, a fucking character, a woman character, and if she has some kind of revealing clothes, like, if somebody sees Kaine, like, on the offhand,
Yeah.
they're gonna completely, like, not fucking factor in any of her characterization. They're just gonna go, pretty anime girl, I don't know, she's gonna pee-pee, but, you know, like, they...
if she's on the box art, yeah, that's it.
You know, and that's it. Like, that's how they're gonna fucking look at that character, and it fucking sucks, because it's just like, I understand that, like, you know, people just, they get fucking weirded out by any sort of inherent sexualization of anything, and they just turn around and just like, no one can be mature about it.
And I am always championing. Just try and see. This looks like a fun fighting game, but the titties are gross. Pick the boring Hayate guy. He has no titties. He does have a swimsuit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have to pick it. You just play the fighting game. Yeah, that's it. Just give it a try. Watch a Fast and the Furious movie, and then afterwards, go play Dead or Alive.
I'm down with that.
Play.
Sounds like a great night.
Play. Really.
Here's a game I'm not going to try. Did you know that Massive is going to be creating a open world Star Wars game?
Wow, you said no words
That made any sense to you?
me.
So Massive is the
Well, no,
guys
not that
who-
made any sense. You said a bunch of words that I have zero interest in pretty much all of that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I get you, because I'm the same way. But it's very interesting in the sense that it means that the EA trademark is finally like showing its age, and
Right
well,
after they made a good one, huh?
that's what happens. That's what fucking happens. I mean, EA has been
Shit or get off the pot.
yeah, too fucking long, buddy. And I mean, I think it also makes a lot of sense in the fact that Disney has been kind of taking into account all of its general ad and revenue sources.
Yeah.
And yeah, video games are killing it. And the fact that they have been not doing fucking anything with them other than like the fucking Lego Disney games, of course they're going to turn around and be like, hey, EA, what the fuck are you doing with our property again? Battlefront?
I just think
okay, well,
I think you have to give Star Wars to like a weird developer. Otherwise, the game will just be the movie again. Even if it's a new story, it's going to be like,
Oh my god, it's an AT-AT walker and you get to be in the AT-AT walker. And oh
Well-
my god, it's that.
like even if it's a different thing, the guy with the lightsaber is always going to do the same thing. You're always going to shoot lightning out of your hands. You're always going to like
so here's the problem with that. And the biggest problem with that right now is the fact that Disney is pulling a Halo in that every piece of media has to be canon now.
yeah.
So to the point where they all build into each other. So Cal Kestis, which is like the main guy from Fallen Order, is probably just going to be, because that character model is just him,
Uh-huh.
is probably just going to be a character in the universe. So he's going to be, and the idea is because they want to interchange. The problem they want to avoid is what George Lucas, he picked up a character. It's a relatively like not necessarily proven story, but it's a relatively like one that everyone kind of points to and goes, there was a problem with that.
Yeah.
He picks up a character and goes, these two are friends now, and someone had to tell him one of those characters is 1,000 years apart, because there was so much fucking lore in the Star Wars universe that was being built across so many fucking years that he had nothing to do with, that Disney turned around and was like, fuck all that shit. That's all like fan fiction shit, basically. That's legends now. And we're gonna basically turn around and redefine the entire Star Wars universe.
That I think that's like fine.
That's fine. No, that makes sense. But the problem is that now it all has to be. It's like the issue with what happens with the Halo Bible.
Yeah.
You can't veer off and do the cool thing, because if you try, then they're gonna say no. So it has to be, everything has to be in service to the one big thing. So every bit of Star Wars media has to serve those 3 movies that everyone has universally been like reviled.
In my, I guess, and I guess that's where my being cool with it kind of stops, is because and I guess it doesn't make all that much sense for Halo either. They take place in space, and space is really big. And so if you wanted to tell a story about something that happened all the way the fuck over there that had nothing to do with anything, you could do that, and it wouldn't change what happens to Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader or any of those characters. Like, it'd be fine as long as George Lucas doesn't walk into the room and go like...
Well, he has no fucking authority over it anymore.
But a George Lucas-esque figure walks into the room and goes, well, Master Chief and Darth Vader are enemies.
It might be.
They are rivals.
Yeah.
And there's a big halo that wraps itself around a Death Star. And it's like, that, George, we only own one of these properties. We can't make that. We can't make that.
We can't do that.
But again, I have no investment in Star Wars. I don't think the series has all that much room to grow, and I probably won't care about another game unless Galen Malik is on the cover. Unless I see Starkiller, I probably won't care. And that's only because
if they bring back the guy from the N64 title, I'm all in. That piece of shit, fucking.
I only played racers, so
it's from
the
Empire something.
The one with the stormtrooper on the front of it.
No,
no.
I'll have to find it. Shadow of Empire, Shadow of the Empire, I think it's called. I don't remember.
That sounds right. But yeah. Although I'm super curious, would he hold the third lightsaber in his mouth? Would he start back wielding with his toes?
He's not a force wielder. He's just a smuggler.
No, I'm talking about Starkiller. For a third Force Unleashed, where would he hold the third lightsaber? Does he hold it between his cheeks, but it's still backhanded?
No, you know what it would be? It'd be the Kingdom Hearts. He holds him with the Force behind him.
Dude, that's the point I brought up.
Yeah.
And I've gotten shitty answers every single time, and it's like, you know what would have been cooler than General Grievous, who I already think is like kind of cool, where he holds like 4 lightsabers and is why is there never been even legend of a Force Master with like 10 lightsabers, and he's flying around like New 13 from Blaze Blue, and is just fucking shooting them out at people and spinning them around and shit.
Yeah, no, that's fucking sick. Like the idea, because the thing is like, the Force as a concept is something where it's like, if you master it, you can do fucking everything.
The Force is stupid and it does whatever, and who cares, and it can heal people, or you can
bring them back from the fucking dead. So the idea of a man who, better yet, like, not even what I think would be cooler is that he's calm and reserved.
He's a blind old man with a blindfold with his arms behind his back.
Yeah, and he's just walking towards you, and he's deflecting every single thing because he just sees through Force eyes.
But he only fights you with one lightsaber.
Yeah.
And the other ones are crowd control. He only fights you with one lightsaber.
And if you make him use a second one, he smiles and goes, ah.
Haven't had to use this trick in over 2,000 light years.
Yeah. And then instead of using... No, here's how it starts.
He starts
one-handed, right? And he's actually using the lightsaber normally.
He's holding it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But then someone comes and tries to get him when he can't see, and it fucking flips up, and he goes, cool. And he throws him behind him, and he goes, come at me. And then he starts fighting with like the lightsabers just moving on their own around him.
So he's wearing like a coat, right?
Yeah.
And the bottom of the coat is a bunch of metal tassels,
yes.
right? But the metal tassels detach, and they're like They're like not full lightsaber size, but like size of like a small TV remote.
Yeah.
But they're mini lightsabers, and so his coat turns into a shit ton of lightsabers. They detach. And it's like, oh, you didn't play fair? All right. I still think he shouldn't hold a single lightsaber. His arm should stay behind his back, but the lightsaber stays in front of him as if he were holding it.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't do anything you couldn't do.
Right.
And then he pulls the second one out, and then the third one. Oh, my God, that'd be so sick.
Yeah.
That'd be so sick. Put me in charge of Star Wars. If you put me in charge of Star Wars, that would be, like, the coolest series
At least
of all
a
time.
Star Wars character action game, which totally... But here's the thing, is that so the thing with Star Wars is that, like, no one really knows what the lore on lightsabers are. Like, they keep saying it's one thing over the other, but the problem is that...
Everyone seems to just say that lightsabers aren't supposed to be cool, and then my response is, why even make them then?
No, but the thing is like, the thing that I bring up all the time is it dictates the fight. Is in the original Star Wars, lightsabers are supposed to be as heavy as claymores.
Yeah.
And then for the prequels, he specifically said they're as light as katanas. So that you can do aerial shit.
Yeah, flip shit.
And then they said no for the new movies, the sequels, bring that shit back. But then you play Fallen Order, Cal Kestis is doing flips. So no one can figure out who doing what. So no one has a clear, concise vision of what the fuck lightsaber combat's supposed to be.
That's why it's so dumb when Star Wars is like, no, everything has to follow the script and be on. Everything has to follow a canon.
There's no fucking script. There's no fucking relevant. There's nothing.
It's like there's no, not even the movie's story. Like, a movie will come out and then the next movie will retcon it. Just because the director wanted to do his own fan fiction thing, and whether you like it or not, I don't care. I thought the movie was boring.
If you liked the original 3, you're fine. If you like the prequels, you're weird. And if you like the new ones, you don't care.
You like Star Wars.
You just like Star Wars.
I like it when Emperor showed up, Palpatine. I remember Palpatine. I like Palpatine.
And there are fans like that, and I feel bad for making them like. I don't like the idea of turning to someone and going, "You're liking it wrong," but fuck me if there is a fucking fan base that is very bad at liking their own property and asking for the right things to be put in their property. It's fucking Star Wars.
That's the thing is, if you listen, if you like the whole series, you like everything about it. You just like it when Darth Vader walks into a room. That's fine. Darth Vader's cool. But the moment you start complaining about, like, minute details, all I can think about is just, like...
Or the fact that women are in just commanding roles in the movies and it makes you upset.
Yeah. You want to talk about something that's really weird?
Fuck it, I don't care. Star Wars fans suck dick.
Isn't it really weird that Padme and Anakin got together when Padme met Anakin when he was, like, 6?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of strange, guys. Maybe we're complaining about the wrong stuff.
Hardline stance.
I don't like
Star Wars fans suck
I don't like
dick.
Star Wars. I went to film school. I was surrounded by people that like Star Wars. I legitimately gave it a chance. I still don't like Star Wars. I think it's dumb and poorly put together. But if you like it and you grew up with it and you've been indoctrinated into Star Wars, and I know a lot of people who just started watching Star Wars recently. Like, they just, like, I've never seen Star Wars. I just watched it. I love it. I'm like, you know what? All the power to you. I can't do it. There's too many caveats. I can't do it.
Well, that always goes back to that same conversation we always have, where it's like, do we not like it because we know too much?
Maybe.
Because it's like...
Maybe if you just watch the movies.
Yeah, like the people who just watch the movies, like... I think that there's a level of, like intelligent capacity that certain... Not to say that they're dumb, but I think that there's a level of, like, knowing where it's like, if you know too much about this one production thing or, like, story building...
Yeah.
You can't let yourself enjoy...
I even think just from
particular media.
I even just think from, like, a blissful ignorance of, like... Part of the reason why I probably hate Star Wars movies and everything is because everything I've heard about KOTOR sounds better.
Yeah.
At least from a story perspective. I still think the Jedi and the Force are dumb. But apparently KOTOR also thinks that Jedi and the Force are dumb.
Well, because, like, the whole fucking concept of, like, the Jedi Order is that they're basically a bunch of, like... They're, like, 2 fucking cans short of, like, a Westboro Church 6-pack, you know? And for a certain point where it's, like... yeah, these guys are like entirely too tyrannical in the way, and they've done some really fucking awful shit. Which is like why when the Sith showed up, some of them were like kind of justified in the fucking shit that they were like fighting against.
And then you're exploring too much.
I know, but like the idea is it's like essentially it's just one of those things where there's cool concepts like the Grey Jedi who are just like literally they don't care. They'll utilize and learn all bits of the Force because that's where they believe the true balance is. And you're like, that's fucking cool. Why is that gone?
Why is that not in the movie?
Why is it not in the movie?
Oh my god, dude, when Luke Skywalker was mean in 8, bro, Luke Skywalker used to have a green lightsaber. That's for the good people. Why did he become mean? The reason is because you thought he was nice because he had a green lightsaber.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be spooky if he didn't?
I fucking hate it. Before we move into like the big thing, I did share.
I can talk about a small piece of weird news too. I
Sure.
can bring this back to SNK. Samurai Showdown is getting a port to Xbox Series X and Series S, which makes sense. I don't think that's a crazy concept. And they've added a new feature. And do you know what that new feature is?
Mm-mm.
Would you take a guess on what improvement they could make
Rollback
to Samurai Showdown?
No, it's the frames per second, isn't it?
Samurai Showdown, a fighting game designed to be locked at 60 FPS, will not be getting an improvement so that you can play it. It will be running at 120 frames per second. And here was the really wild thing. Right before the podcast started, I saw a video go up on SNK's Twitter that they uploaded, and they were talking about it. And they're like, yes, this new version of Samurai Showdown will also come with the first season pass and the first character from the third season pass. So you know when you do like a definitive edition re-release, and you kind of put everything in there?
Yeah.
No. So the game's going to look really smooth for what percentage of people that bought a Series X and is going to be using it to play Samurai Showdown on a 144 hertz monitor.
I was going to ask that too, because like, why is it so? I think as someone who like exclusively plays off a monitor, I appreciate the fact that the next gen consoles are trying to do 120 frames.
No, that part makes sense. Yes,
but the thing I'm also thinking of is like, aren't most 4K TVs still stuck at 60 hertz refresh rate?
It's slowly changing.
Yes, slowly.
There are a lot of TVs coming out now that all have a 120 hertz option.
Okay, that's cool.
But the thing is, like, okay, so the casual fan buys this game and they can't play it. It doesn't work. They can't play it.
Yeah.
120 FPS doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
The hardcore fighting fan would have rather have just bought it on PC, which they can't, because I think it's like an Epic exclusive, and it especially doesn't work. So they're probably not going to buy the Series X version that doesn't have all the content, and then play it at a frame rate that is not the 60 they're used to.
Right.
That I can't imagine it working right. So I don't know who is this for, but the one unifying thing that would have brought everybody together is if you just fix the fucking game.
Yeah.
How many podcasts do I have to be like, my favorite genre of games? You pay $60 and then you sit in a room and you fight a dummy.
Because it's always because of the fact that they. Well, I think now because
dude, it's just negligence and spite.
It is,
at this point.
but a good portion of the reason why they're okay with that is because of the fact that the local community over here in America, before the pandemic, ravaged the fucking country, and just like in Japan in general, like everywhere, most people are always like doing locals.
Yeah.
And those people will always come in, and those are the faithful that they're always trying to like cater to.
So that made sense before, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
now
total sense.
in the pandemic-ridden area, that it totally you start to see the cracks.
It's been a year. It's been a year
that we've been in, almost a year that we've been in this.
And the thing that we always talk about is that like the fact that somebody created a rollback based netcode for Street Fighter V and like the guys of Capcom refused to even talk to him about it or even bring it up. They just patched it out.
Yeah.
With their own shitty netcode again that they said we're going to improve, and nothing changed. So it doesn't make sense. It really, it's not even negligence at this point. It's like almost like they're doing it on purpose.
It's spite. It's like literally spite at this point. SNK has a second-party developer that specifically only makes their games work. And instead of doing that to a game that everyone universally loves, Samurai Showdown sold stupid numbers. It's an amazing game. Every character that they've added post-launch has been super fun. Why you would invest resources into a genre-changing step into increasing the frame rate to 120 frames per second instead of just making it work? So
I don't get it either.
So that's the third thing I will apologize for, is that I'm going to complain about fighting game netcode again. But I'm done. There's no other new news because I think we talked about the DLC before. I'm excited for Cham Cham, and I'm excited for Hibiki from Last Blade.
Cool.
I'm excited to play with the one person I play Samurai Showdown with for one night every single time a DLC character comes out. And then not with literally anyone else. Because I can't.
You really are an abuse victim, you know that?
If fighting games worked, I would never stream anything else. If fighting games worked, I would bounce between fighting games, and that would be the kind of streamer that I am.
Fighting games are your League of Legends.
So you guys are... fighting games could be my League of Legends. It's the number one reason I don't have a game that I can just go and sit and play. Like, when you don't know what to do... Well, obviously you have Hades as well. But if you just didn't have anything else to do, just boot up League. I'll ask some people to play, and that's it. Mm-hmm. For me, I don't have a game like that. I will sit here and look at a Steam library for an hour and do nothing and just go, I guess I'll go to bed. I don't fucking know.
I still think I am very much down for... I don't want you to play it forever, but I want you to dip your toe in to see if you even how you even function in a League environment.
I won't. We've done it.
Have you?
I've literally played with you on
that?
stream. Probably like 6 or 7 years ago.
I don't remember that.
We were using Skype in those days.
Jesus fuck. Okay.
You know, pre-raid call, which I didn't even know if you hopped on that train.
No, I never hopped on raid call. It went from Skype to Discord. But yeah, that's fine. That sucks.
Is it too hard? Is it too much to ask for a functioning game?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Actually, it's 100% too much to ask.
Mm-hmm. Which we'll get into that later, because I just realized there's another bit of news I do want to talk about. So Square Enix did some pretty cool trademarks the other day. Not a whole lot of news on them.
Usually trademarks don't matter, like, at all. Mm-hmm. But it is weird when they trademark new names.
Yeah, I mean, and they do it all at the same. So what they trademarked was 3 things in particular.
Yes.
Ever Crisis, the First Soldier, and the Shinra logo. So that's all new. We're getting a Final Fantasy VII remake compilation.
Could you imagine?
100%.
Could you imagine? And obviously, Ever Crisis, we can infer that's probably some kind of Crisis Core something.
Or
Ever
Crisis might be the name of Part 2.
Or it's the name of Part 2.
Because it would make a lot of sense.
Probably, considering the events that take place.
Yeah.
First Soldier? Who's the first soldier?
Sephiroth.
It's Sephiroth. It's probably a mobile gacha game.
Yeah.
Sorry, Phil. The Shinra logo? Midgar SimCity.
Get the fuck out of here.
Midgar SimCity.
Get the fuck out of here.
You have to manage upper and lower plates. Midgar SimCity.
And then I just, occasionally, let me go drop a plate on him real quick.
Well, that's the disasters that can happen. It could happen randomly. You would have to quell avalanche. You'd see the sky perspective, and you'd have to manage the power and the resources.
Diamond weapon shows up every now and again for the disasters.
Literally, yeah. Instead of like a tornado or rain, like a thunderstorm,
it's plate drops and diamond weapons.
Yeah, it's terrorist attacks and kaijus. We're going to war with Wutai. You don't participate in the war. You just got to make sure that everyone back on the home front is still being fed, at least on the upper plate, bottom plate, whatever.
Fuck them.
I think that would make me more excited than any other spinoff.
That would be really funny.
That'd be so weird and out there.
I would play it because anything FF7, I jerk my dick over to it, so it's fine. Ever Crisis does make a lot more sense as a kind of remake for Crisis Core because there is a moment in Final Fantasy VII Remake where everyone goes, "Hey, who's that?"
It's something that would have made sense at like the end of part 2, maybe.
Yeah.
But if you put it right there, it makes zero sense at all.
For a lot of people who didn't know who the fuck that was.
Guess what? That game's not for them.
Yeah, it's not even a real remake.
For first-time fans and returning fans alike.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Not true, Square Enix.
Which is fine.
That's fine.
But like,
it's just funny that they always do that. It's like, yeah, this is, and usually it is the case. Usually you can just pick up a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
And well,
so the only reason why I posit Ever Crisis as being like part 2 naming convention would be because of the fact that while I would love a full Crisis Core remake, I also think within the realm of how much content was in that game. The only thing I can think of is maybe if they remade it on Switch, and they would have to like change GACT and do the pre-rendered cutscenes entirely differently too. So they would have to do a whole bunch of shit.
Dude, you can't keep the slot machine shit in.
Well,
I know it has a payoff. You can't keep that shit in.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
It has to be remade. It has to be a new game.
Yes, which is why I'm wondering if it's even possible to do that on top of creating.
So my brain goes,
remake part 2.
How much of the Crisis Core content is integral to main Final Fantasy story, where it carries forward? Not even that it matters to the original Final Fantasy VII, because obviously everything came afterwards and added stuff.
Right.
How much carries forward from that game? How much of Zack specifically, his backstory, do you need? Can you trim enough fat from Crisis Core where you could stick it into one of those parts of Final Fantasy VII?
No. You want to know why? Because they brought the War of Wutai back. And Zack is one of the mainline heroes in the War of Wutai. He's one of the main reasons the War of Wutai stops.
Okay. So when does that take place in Crisis Core?
The intro. And then after the War of Wutai, a year passes.
Okay.
Or like a year or two. Like it's either 2 to 3 years pass. Okay. No, a year passes there. Then it goes into the main core Crisis Core plot.
So you have the chunk of
so it's
Wutai.
Zack's intro.
Yes.
Crisis Core plot. Then Crisis Core leads into Final Fantasy VII plot.
Yeah.
Which is the prologue, which would be the real prologue,
it's
which
like,
is when Crisis Core happens, you kill Genesis off and whatever, or you don't. Genesis is alive, whatever. And then you get picked up by Hojo. Or no, it's okay, somewhere between it's somewhere between there, my bad. You get fucking kidnapped by Hojo after an incident, and I'm trying to remember which incident it was. But then like that leads into the rest of Final Fantasy VII. How much it's going to go into, I don't know. They brought up SNG types again in Remake. Deep Ground's there. We went to Deep Ground. I don't know what's going to happen. Like I don't know. I don't know how much you can cut out.
So okay, do you need
Kuncell's name was brought up? Kuncell was brought up in Remake. Who the fuck is Kuncell to people? I know who fucking Kuncell is.
Is that the girl who doesn't have a name? Like a real name?
No. Kuncell is fucking...
lies about her name?
Kuncell is your boy at base that you talk to with Zack like the entire time. He's just your boy who hits you up like, hey, heard you fucking died. Are you all right?
But see, in my brain kind of can... My brain can see that and just go like, that could just be a cute nod. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't.
It's not a cute nod if they brought up SNG types. It's not.
Does something happen to him specifically?
You know what a G-type is, don't you?
That's Nemesis.
That's a Genesis fucking soldier. The soldiers are separated into two halves. Sephiroth soldiers and Genesis soldiers. Soldiers are all cloned off of the first soldier.
This shit's fucked. Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
I'll be along for the remake ride.
Right. But this is what I'm saying, where it's like, you can't...
I guess you have to remake.
There's not a whole lot of...
You have to remake it.
Yeah, which
Unless
is like...
Part 2 is Crisis Core. Unless Part 2, in its entirety, is Crisis Core.
If Part 2 starts and it's Zack, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Not in a bad way, but like, I'm just gonna be like, okay, this is completely new. Like, this is gonna be nuts. Yeah. Because here's the thing, Cloud is all dark, brooding, and whatever. Zack is crazy woohoo pizza man.
Yeah.
Crazy woohoo pizza man, given like the remake combat system that's elevated. Fuck.
It's the difference between Cloud with his claymore and fucking Qui-Gon Jinn with his flippy dippies.
Yeah.
Zack should swing around the Buster Sword like it's made out of like paper mache.
He pretty much already fucking does. You know what I mean? Like in it's kind of wild. Like in a lot of cutscenes, he starts off like so like, you remember, do you play Crisis Core at all?
Very little bit.
So in Crisis Core, they do like a bombing run mission, kind of like, and he's on the train.
Yeah.
And instead of like Cloud being all brooding, he like looks up and he's fucking jazzed.
He starts running, right?
He starts running on top of the train and then flips off of it and then disconnects the train car, like while fighting people on top of the train. And then like rolls into the fucking Midgar station to do the VR mission. I know it's the whole
point, but I kind of just wish he played as Zack. I just wish Zack was...
Zack is amazing.
Imagine if Final Fantasy VII Remake gets announced and you don't see Cloud at all, and it's just Zack.
I don't know how they would do that, because here's the thing. I really like Cloud in Remake.
No, Cloud in Remake is... No, I love Cloud in Remake.
Like, here's the problem I have with it. Because if you were to tell me that like the same exact Cloud I got from Final Fantasy VII is the one I'm going to get in Remake, I'd be like, yeah, fuck Cloud. Because Cloud is not good until he gets woke.
Does anybody...
Cloud's kind of shit tier.
I was going to say, again, from what I've played and what I've seen, and I've seen a full playthrough, and I've played the up until the flashback so many times, those characters are all right.
They don't age well. The problem is that they don't age very well, but like when you look at them in comparison to like
Tifa is your childhood friend. Cloud, he's a brooding soldier who then gets a real rude fucking awakening. Barrett's black.
No. So the thing with Cloud is that Cloud in the original isn't brooding.
No.
He's
sorry,
an asshole.
Sorry, not brooding. He's an
asshole. He's 100% a complete fuck. Like
yes.
He could not give a fuck about anything that's happening to people around him, and it gets really confusing to sit there and be like, how the fuck, when you think about it, it's like, how the fuck did anybody fall in love with Cloud?
Am I supposed to like this?
Am I supposed to like this asshole?
I'm supposed to like him by part 3, like disc 3?
Right.
Is when I'm supposed to start liking this character?
Yeah, and then like there's kind of like development that happens between him and Aerith and Tifa, like in between all these sections, and then like the when they go to Golden Saucer and the date happens and between whoever
it's
the fuck
very
it's
much
with.
you had to be there though.
Yeah.
I feel.
No, I mean,
because going back to it, it's like this is like the most.
Because you're going back to it with the remake in mind, though,
pretty much.
Where the characters are the best, like they've ever been. Like it is literally the best fucking representation of those characters, and the best rewrite of a lot of them.
It's because
and it's not even going into Tifa shit.
Because I played the game and I'm like, oh, I understand why everyone loves all these characters now. Let's go try the original. I'm like, it's just, oh wow, people were young.
Aerith, my thing is, I've always had that problem where Aerith is very fucking annoying in the original, and in Crisis Core, could not be fucked. I hate her so much.
Yeah,
she's not fun. In Remake, best character arguably in the entire game.
Yeah,
the entire fucking game, she's probably the best character.
Barrett's up. I mean,
Barrett's right up there.
They're all so great.
They're literally like the weakest character is Tifa because she doesn't get her characterization until part 2.
Yeah.
And even then, when you find out what the length she goes through for Cloud, it's like, yeah, no, there's a reason that she goes beyond childhood friend. She's just a amazing person who does anything for the people she loves. Like, it's unbelievable.
But,
and And then not even factoring in, like, the amount of characterization that can happen with fucking Vincent, Nanaki, aka fucking Red 13, and, like, Sid. Sid's story is also just as entertaining and interesting. He was a guy who wanted to go to space, and it got fucking ripped away from him from Shinra. And he's just an old, ornery bastard who hates everything, but he fucking loves his wife. He can't stop cursing at her, but he loves her.
Isn't he really abusive?
He's not abusive. He's like, he's a shitheel to her. Like he's like a, but like, he's in the 1990s. He's definitely now he's abusive 100%.
Yeah.
Like by modern day definitions, yes. But in the 1990s, he was that OU Sid,
Crankety old man.
Yeah, crankety old man.
So there was a bunch of trademarks, and one of them is a mobile game, and one of them is a SimCity game, and then one of them is either a sequel or an accident. Okay, the Shinra logo it's either T-shirts or a SimCity game.
It's not. It's
trademarked
probably
the Shinra logo.
Someone probably turned around and said, "Yo, by the way, if we weren't going to do anything with this, you have a whole remake campaign. You know you're about to lose the Shinra logo, right? Oh fuck." So yeah, they might be trying to merchandise it.
My brain goes like, wouldn't that just be held under the original trademark? Like every logo in every game.
Remember, most trademarks. It's been 20 years.
Wow, fucking Wipeout must be.
It's been 20 fucking years.
Must be a headache,
dude. 20 fucking years. Like, of course, like trademark's gonna run out.
I just thought if you trade, because the Shinra logo is a logo that pretty much only exists within Final Fantasy VII. I just figure you get like a blanket trademark.
Yeah, but no. The problem is if that was the case, it's essentially if they don't trademark it, then that nice hat that you got me.
I was about to say the nice hat. Yeah, they're gonna come and take it back.
Yeah, they can mass produce that essentially. But the First Soldier, I really hope isn't a mobile game.
It's going to be a mobile game. It may not be a gacha game, but it's gonna be a mobile game.
But that's why I'm thinking. I think either the thing that I will think is it's not a mobile game. Maybe it's a Switch title.
That would be dumber than if it was a mobile game.
Why?
The second you start splitting it up across platforms, it's the Kingdom Hearts problem of like. So to play this game, I have to get a Game Boy Advance and a DS.
But it is Square Enix, and they've done this before.
I know, but they shouldn't. They should put it on.
No, you're completely correct.
Yeah.
But so either and the other thing is that we're not really factoring in as well is that maybe the First Soldier is part 2. Because remember, the bad guy could just turn out to be Hojo. Because it would make a hell of a lot more sense. A hell of a lot more sense, because Hojo really is the reason anything happens in Final Fantasy VII. Every terrible fucking thing that happens is because of
sex
Hojo.
Happen. What a jerk.
Yeah. And like, with the War of Wutai now being like, fucking a whole thing again, Yuffie's characterization is going to be real fucking neat.
No. Every podcast. So they did a bunch of trademarks.
God damn it!
I'm gonna.
Am I gonna have to have a FF7 button at some point? But it's stopped.
It's the inverse. It's the tangent starts and you hit the. It's the credits song. You see the meteor.
Anyway, speaking of really cool storylines, the one thing I shared 2 things for you. But once again, EVE Online proving to be one of the coolest games I'll never fucking play. Wait, this is a
different new lore story?
Yeah, there's 2 separate lore stories. Okay. So, one of the ones, I think the other one might be a little older. I don't know because it seems similar to something I remember before. So when was it posted?
This is from January 15th, 2021.
Okay, so this is the new one. So this is this one might be.
This one, I feel like I've seen this headline. Yeah, it's from 2017.
Okay, so that one. So that new one is, I don't know why people are sharing that one again, but...
Probably just because interest is back, and that story is fucking crazy.
Yeah. Oh, that one, you remember that one?
In particular, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one's my favorite story, for sure. The new one is that another second largest battle happened, but the fucking servers couldn't keep up. So now there are people who are stuck. So there is a hell plane of if you log in, you're in for some fucking chop because the battle stopped and now nobody knows if they can log in, because the moment they do, the battle pops off again. But there's not a lot of people.
There is literally a Cold War happening in EVE Online right now.
Yes, but it's between several spaceships that are unmanned. So there's a spaceship graveyard of unmanned vehicles of everyone looking at each other and going, and if one of them fucking moves, they get ripped to shreds. There's like 35,000 people, 35,000 ships floating endlessly in space, and every time they log in, there's one person just sitting there, just fucking like blowing them all up. So there's a Cold War happening where everyone's like, okay, all right, how the fuck do we leave?
So EVE is maybe the most terrifying video game that has ever been made.
Yeah.
It is the most terrifying video game.
Yeah.
Because this can happen.
Yes.
Because every time you look up just EVE Online lore, not the lore of the game, just shit that can happen in it. I think I've told this story on the podcast way back, but I don't know if I have, so I'll tell it again. But there's one time that I was working at another property at my job back when I had one of those, and it was me and one other guy, and there was nothing happening. So it was just me hanging out with this dude I had never met. And so he asked me if I played video games. I'm like, yeah, I play some video games every now and then. And he's like, have you ever heard of like EVE Online? And I'm like, only the stories, only the legends.
Yeah, literally only the legends.
And then he literally did the thing where he looked to the side to side, and he leaned in. He was like, I was there for a few of them. And that's such a fucking cool thing to say too, because like there's some very cool stories.
It's
the fucking again, or I'm gonna bring it back to Star Wars again. It's Han Solo going, all the stories you heard, they were true. But it's me sitting in like an employee food court with this one dude, and every story he told, he's like, yeah, I was there for the battle. I was like in the back lines. I was ship number 42 of 2000. But I was there.
Hell yeah.
And then he just basically told me about the YouTube videos I had already seen. And I was like, oh, so you were like one of the ships that blew up?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But actually cool, though.
But honestly, I'd rather you tell me about this than your kids.
Yes.
Any day of the week.
Yes.
Any day of the week.
So what that article is basically about is that unfortunately that EVE is crushing its own success, because now, since so many people are trying to play it, their servers can't keep up anymore, and it's causing this shit to happen. But this is also because of the way that the game works. They said, we can't make a rule against it. This is how it is. So it's just a hell. They call it a hell spawn.
Yeah.
Like a hell plane or something. And it's like literally just deadlocked firefights of ships. And it's like you're either in or you're out, and you don't know which one it is until you log the fuck in and figure it out. The only other story that like was the one I posted. I thought that was I forgot that was. I was like, that does sound familiar. That story is fucking incredible.
Yeah, the one
we are here to liberate the oppressed. Scott, if you get out of your dock, I'm taking you the fuck out immediately.
I implore you, after this podcast, please just go on the deep dive of all of those YouTube videos that just tell you about shit that happened in EVE Online. And it is always like, the EVE Online is a terrifying game. I watched the he's got the Viking head. No, not a Viking head. Mandalore. Yeah. I watched the Mandalore gaming video, so I kind of understand what EVE Online as a video game is, like what you do in the second to second. But the amount of like political espionage that happens between players, where players get sent in to join other guilds and to integrate themselves in friend groups and to get invited into real high ranks, and then to fuck people over out of real money that
real money. Yes. Dude, it's incredible. Like that story, so to like do it like cap it off for some people. The second story I posted for him, I forgot. I didn't read it.
The article is called "How a Scam in EVE Online Turned into Its Greatest Rescue Mission."
Humanitarian aid mission is how they said it in the article. And the idea is that essentially this guy shows up and he has two characters and he's like, oh yeah, no, the characters he uses are skins. They're just different people he becomes for different purposes. So he has one character called Scooter, or the main is Scooter. He has one character called Nira. And he ends up joining this fucking guild of people under this guy named Scott, who his whole thing is he hangs around like a new area that was introduced at the time, recruits those people, and literally makes them labor slaves. He forces them to work in mines and shit and do a whole bunch of shit.
Harvesting resources for the big man up top to sell.
And then he sells it at double the price and just basically forces these people into like nonstop labor. So what this guy did is he created a second character to join them, to join Scott, become friends with him, and then the intention was to basically take him for all it was worth. But at the same time, he used his Scooter character and he's playing the game at the same, like, two different windows, same game. And he would go in and fuck with Scott's forces continuously to the point where, like, he would use the information that they had inside from his other character and then use it to fight everybody and blow their ships up. So Scott started getting really paranoid and really, like, upset about things. And it got to a point where Scott was pointing fingers at everybody, and they fucking fired on his other character. And then, like, he presented a kill log. He goes, "Why would I kill my own ship?" Because he shows that the other character who's in the guild shot his scam character, and he's like, "Why would I do that?" Because I'm a fucking genius. Is why I would do that. So he fucking sits there, and then one time, like this one of these like poor newbies, like they share that they have cancer in full confidence, and Scott literally uses it as a defense and yells it out in like local EVE chat, "Don't come after us, our friend with cancer, you're gonna kill him," like trying to use it as a shield. And the guy with cancer got really upset. He was like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, why are you using this as like a thing?" And that's when the scammer was like, "Oh, hell no." So he's using a Scooter and he's fucking off somewhere, and he encounters this other group of people called Sword of Damocles, and they fuck his shit up. And they go, "Hey, we know who you are. What are you doing out here?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just trying to fuck with Scott back there." And they go, "Really?" He goes, "I have a plan. I have $100 million bounty on my head. Can you claim it?" And they go, "We'll do you one fucking better." And they go, "We have Scooter here. We want the $100 million bounty, but if you don't give us 20 billion of this currency right now, we're going to blow up everyone who comes out of your fucking thing right now." So it's a standoff. So what does Scott do? He loses his shit. Everyone's in the fucking raid call or the team voice, and they're all. It becomes like a full-on mutiny. All the while, by the way, there are other people that the Scooter has been basically bringing people in and trying to force them to mutiny slowly but surely with the new people. So now everyone's on full-on mutiny. So what does Scott do? He ejects everyone out into space where the Russians are, and the Russians don't give a shit about any of this. So there's a bunch of newbies who are about to lose all their shit, and then Scooter turns to people, the Goon Berets as they were called, and he goes, "We have to get in there and get them out." And the motherfucker just goes, "Let's roll." And fucking a huge fleet of ships just shows up, and then like there's two people who are like two main characters in the storyline who are like sort of like head of the newbies, and they're like, "No, this one guy has been like ferrying out resources, so like, and if this ever happens, he's like, everyone follow me." So he's fucking running, and then finally Scooter breaks kayfabe on his scam character, and he goes, "No, stay here, stay put." And then immediately a fucking huge fleet of ships swarm in, and they go, "To all Russians in this server, you touch any one of those newbies, you're fucked." And you just see, like, the Russian comms go, "Oh, shit, oh, shit." And they start running out of fucking space. And then just all these newbies get saved. Like, they saved 25 players that day who all got thrown out into space. And they go, "Hey, if you want a newbie corporation that's not going to exploit you, come and join us." And it's just like, they literally liberated a slave labor camp that threw them to the wolves in the outside. And they go, "Nah, we have to go get them."
And your ass wants to watch Star Wars?
Yeah, like what the fuck, dude?
You can't make this shit up. EVE Online is the most wild point-and-click game I have ever fucking seen in my life.
What is
Ever. It just says it's the sickest story. It
Yeah.
is. Please look up EVE Online Tales of Infamy. And guess what? Watch the video on that one again, because I am sure there are details that Phil missed. Just because of how complicated all the interpersonal relationships were.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100% I missed some details there.
Yeah.
Really cool. I mean, and then, obviously the first story we bring up was the second biggest battle in history that's now turned into a ship graveyard. That's also a civil war, or just a Cold War, rather.
So this spooky hell plane.
If you can hack it, play
I love
EVE
that so
Online.
much. We're not going to fix the problem. We're going to call it the hell plane. Good luck.
But that's so cool. Like, that's, like, I kind of, like...
there is no game that exists that is like EVE Online.
No,
and I think that's
and if
sad.
there was a way to do that in a traditional MMO format that was fun, like, I'd be all fucking over it.
Full PvP, full, like... But...
The New
You
World was
can't.
going to do that, and they fucking reneged because Amazon got focus grouped. The New World was a fully open PvP world where it was like, yeah, no, I mean, you lose loot, like 100%.
You drop in, and that's that.
Yeah, and then people turn around and said, fuck that, and because they're a fucking bitch made. So...
a game like EVE Online will never exist again. It might be a good thing, but it is also a little sad. It's tinged with a bit of sadness.
Speaking of a really sad fucking tale.
Not quite as much sadness as you being wrong, but it being worse.
What do you mean?
Because before you had posited the theory that the game that we're moving to Cyberpunk, right?
Yes.
Before you had posited the theory that Cyberpunk was originally going to be the game that we had seen in the original trailer.
Oh, and that it's not
and that John Wick, Mr. John Wick, was the thing the catalyst that changed everything for the worse.
Mm-hmm.
And you are wrong, because it is way worse than that. It's so much worse.
So there's so much to go over, and unfortunately a lot of it is blocked behind a paywall for Bloomberg. Jason Schreier, who works for Bloomberg now, as you know, Jason Schreier is one of the most prolific video game journalists out there. He broke so many stories on the Anthem development. He broke so many stories on like 76 and shit like that. I was waiting, and I thankfully got it. And Cyberpunk.
What we can maybe call closure. Is it all out in the open now? Or we just...
It's all out in the open. The CEO guy, or the guy at the talking head piece, actually like physically responded to Jason's thing, and Jason kept saying, hey, that's great, do you still want to do an interview or no? Do you still want to keep doing this back and forth on Twitter where you talk to me in a twit longer? Because you're just lying at this point.
Yes, I would like to continue doing that.
Yeah. So he's not going to fucking talk to him, and he's doing... So the original story was that the damage control police came out in the form of this CEO guy who came out, and he released a whole 5 to 10 minute, I forget how long the video is, but it's a video where he's like, we are very sorry about the dumb shit we did and lied to you about. And yeah. And we would like to let you know that we have a roadmap, which apparently showed that the next-gen upgrades got pushed back. So, as we were expecting them pretty soon around summer, they might have gotten pushed back to September.
You mean the current gen?
Yes.
Okay.
My bad.
We're still in that new weird period, and no
I
one
still,
owns a PS5.
ride 2020, you know.
Yeah.
But like they essentially turned around and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna work on fixing those. It's gonna be a lot of free DLC. It's gonna be great." And of course, all the fucking CD Projekt Red shills just ate that shit up. And they're like, we still love the game.
It is literally, we need to talk. Oh man, at least you came forth and admitted it.
No more lies.
No more lies.
No more lies. It's all full circle, baby.
Oh man.
So every bad thing that could have happened did happen. And by the way, remember all that shit that people gave BioWare about BioWare Magic? Well, Maybe not the exact same thing, but every time a problem was brought up, and then what exactly did they say? Did CD Projekt Red say to their fucking their poor little developers? It's okay, we made The Witcher 3.
I mean, you did. That's true. But
it's as an explanation for, so there was a whole bunch of other things came out too where it's like, hey, there was actually a working version of the game beforehand that was third person that got scrapped. The vertical slice of gameplay that you saw in 2018 is actually not even fucking real.
wow. So it actually turns out I was right. In that game was never real.
Yeah,
ever.
but like it doesn't look like anything that couldn't have been done.
It doesn't. No.
And that's what was so
really.
exciting about it, was like everyone was talking it up and they're like, oh, this is not gonna be real. And then we saw it and we're like, that's a game. Like that looks like a cool fucking game that could totally be done. Apparently fucking not. So like,
well, the thing is, the demo we saw looked real. It was when you coupled the fidelity of the demo and how detailed it was with all of the other claims that it became very unreal.
right.
Of just like, no.
But of course,
Not on
because they
PS4,
created The
no.
Witcher 3 and it was a very solid RPG experience that everyone really loved, I'm like, yeah, if they're trying to really push the medium forward, that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
And a whole number of other issues, including, once again, the same old adage of, you don't have to crunch, but if you don't, we're going to have to get other people to crunch. You know, the same old bullshit of, like, we're not making people crunch, but we're making people crunch no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
What are you pulling up?
Someone put an EVE Online
Hell
video in, and I just want to be ready for later, for after the stream.
Hell yeah. But, like, it's frustrating that, once again, the AAA machine has, and this is what I was talking about earlier, how can it be that we're here again? How can it be that, like, this generation has shown us that AAA development is inherently so flawed that it can't fucking, it has to crash before it gets better.
Yeah.
There has to be some kind of big universal crash, and Cyberpunk's the closest we've gotten to it.
Well, what's going to happen is that all of the developers will die. And then there won't be any video games for a while.
Just like modern day politics and everything else we're waiting for, we have to wait for the old crusty fuckers to die before we can finally say video games.
Unfortunately, it's the opposite. The old crusty fucks will live, and all developers will just be crunched to death.
Yep.
And then there won't be any video games for a bit. You're gonna have to play whatever fucking 8-bit platformer is gonna show up on
Super
Steam.
Giant Games will show up and claim everything.
It'll just be Super Giant, and then they're gonna grow Super Giant, and they will become the enemy.
I hate history.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So like,
it's blatant hubris. It's fucking completely like ridiculous, and it's the fucking final cap.
yeah,
Because now that the story has come out, people are still trying to throw Jason Schreier under a bus. People are still trying to make it seem like he has an agenda. And Adam Bukowski had the fucking audacity to say, well, that's only 20 people that you interviewed.
dude, 20 people is a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, out of 20 people out of 500 people, it's like, that's still a lot of people.
That's a lot. That's 20 people who were brave enough.
Yeah. And the fact that he turned, and the idea that so many people have been just so fucking cucked by corporate greed that they go, oh, well, not everyone's saying that they had a bad time. No, of course not. They want to keep their fucking job, you idiot.
That's
What
why
are you doing a bad
That's why
job?
they worked 500 hours a week.
What are you doing a fucking bad job when you know you need it for money and you're not sure where you're going to go? You grin and bear it, right?
Yeah.
Right? And they're going to turn around and go, well, they should just do their jobs then.
They should work somewhere that doesn't crunch them.
I fucking hate that. I hate that so much.
They
The
should
idea
just
of
get a
someone
better job.
Yeah, that's an idea that's been brought up to me so many times. People were like, they knew what they were getting into. It's like, are you fucking victim blaming right now?
I just don't
They
know.
were asking to get crunched? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
My brain just doesn't parse, like, I'm going to defend this company for abusing their employees because I want to play this game that doesn't work.
It's a bad game. And so many people like it, I think, of the sunken cost fallacy of just putting so much time into the fucking years. And this is one other thing where I'm like, there's lots of people in our Discord who really enjoy it. And I don't. And people I know personally who really enjoy it. Susie, fucking Spear Hunter, has a whole video about making the best of a disaster. She's in love with the game. I don't know fucking how. Because it seems like everything that was bad with fucking AAA games is in that game.
I think that most of the cyberpunk aesthetic in that game looks stupid. Quite honestly, I think a lot of it looks stupid. It looks very pretty. It looks very high fidelity. But I think a lot of the art design decisions look stupid. It's a lot of just put a metal bit on your skin. Fucking hoteru. And like soundtrack, so you can maybe you're in it for the aesthetic. Maybe you're in it because you really like Keanu Reeves. Maybe you're in it because again, it's just a shooter. You point at a thing and you shoot at it.
I think it's one of those things where people just. This is another thing of knowledge, right? You don't have the knowledge. You don't play these kinds of games as much, so you're not holding it to as high of a standard. I play shooters all the fucking time. I know what good shooting feels like. I know what bad shooting feels like. I'm very well aware of how game mechanics are supposed to work. I play a lot of RPGs. I know what good progression is, what good customization is. I know what good just mechanics are.
Yeah.
Because I have put a lot of time and effort into those things. Do I understand them all? No. Am I the end-all, be-all? Not at all.
But as a big linear action game
Play
where
Far
you
Cry.
perform actions,
Play Far Cry.
this is the new one. It is the new game that you buy because you saw the commercials so that you could talk about it with your friends.
That's it.
And the talking about it with your friends part might be the reason you bought it. Is because that act is fun enough for you. And again, you might like it on an aesthetic level.
So you don't like video games?
So
you don't like video games at that point?
I mean,
right?
Mayhaps.
Because it's like if you're just buying it, like that's the thing. It's like that's weird. That's where we're at.
Well, I'm trying to rationalize it as someone who intentionally goes out of their way to play bad games.
Well, because like the thing is that like you go into it and like people. So it's like we talked about with fucking Fast and Furious. Like everyone's fucking always like, oh, it's so dumb and so dumb doesn't mean bad. Bad is bad. That's objectively that there's a lot of objectively terrible decisions within Cyberpunk that don't make any fucking sense.
See, there is, and this is, and again, as someone who's played a lot of bad games, I don't think Cyberpunk in of itself is like the worst game. From like intentional, this is what the game was supposed to be. It's not the worst. It is the most broken. It doesn't function. But even if it did function, that game would come out and I'd just be like, this game's kind of really bland. It seems like it was made for people who buy one game a year. All right, sure. Like, but as far as like a bad game goes,
but people I know who aren't one game a year folks love it. And I don't fucking know why.
Did you ask? What did they say?
I guess they say the story and the world.
They might just and
I'm like,
as someone who isn't super experienced with like cyberpunk storytelling or some of the story themes or the world or anything like that, if that's your first experience, it's gonna be really cool. If you're like, okay, I played Cyberpunk 2077. I've never played a game with a setting like this ever before. Right. Ever. It's your first time. You don't know what's out there. You're probably going to think it's pretty cool. And that'll probably carry the whole experience for you. Now, if it's your gateway, and then after it's like, well, I guess I got to watch Ghost in the Shell and Akira now. And the further down you go, it's like, all right, well, I guess I'll check out Deus Ex. It's another first-person shooter. It has slightly more RPG elements. And you start going deeper and deeper and deeper. Then you might look back and go, well, Cyberpunk wasn't... Maybe I didn't like it as much as I thought.
The thing that I don't understand, the reason why I can't stand... Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the point where it falls apart for me is that the game is broken.
Yeah, it doesn't
and it
work.
costs $60.
It doesn't work. But the thing that okay, so go back, and if you watch any of the trailers and any of the marketing, any of the things going on, almost always the CG trailers that are being shown they're talking about features and parts of the game that are not the core story of the game. Mm-hmm. Because the whole intent behind everything they were showing was take over Night City however you see fit. That's not the game story. The game story is absolutely incongruent with what that whole fucking idea is.
Yeah.
And so are half the side missions. And here's my little rant on this. You know the little bit, right, where it's like Johnny Silverhand is a biological entity that is now in a chip that is essentially eroding your brain and your body.
Uh-huh.
And the whole idea of it is that essentially you are a vessel. You're becoming slowly a vessel for Johnny to take over. Mm-hmm. So the idea is get this fucking thing out of my head, and then I want to be done with it. That is the intent, the mainline reason you do anything in that game. Or so you fucking think. The amount of side missions and story content that Johnny is with you on almost all of them. And the only kind of reminder that you have like a main storyline issue is occasionally after certain missions, the relic will glitch. And it'll go relic malfunction and you go, shit, nothing affects the gameplay. Nothing. You can spend as much time as feasibly possible doing every single 100% completion run of the game, including all the side missions with Johnny, including all the side, which, by the way, require a pill that you are told exclusively and are shown gives full control over to Johnny. Like, you are gone.
Yeah.
And that's a pill that you can get and just take in certain side missions, and just Johnny can do his thing, and you can play as Johnny in V's body.
Yeah.
And it's just all that shit happens, and it still doesn't have any congruence with what's occurring in the fucking story, because there's so many disconnects between where you're at in the storyline. Because at one point Johnny could just, the worst example of it is the very beginning, where you and Johnny are on like such bad terms with each other. But if you go off and try to just do a side mission that is like right next to you, you're just chumming it up with him. Like, Johnny, did you see that? You guys are talking, talking to each other.
And again, we've talked about this off stream. For a lot of games, that is a problem. Where it's like, if you can do side content at any point, it's hard to make it tonally fit unless you literally lock things out.
Right, which
as
you could have done, because it's a linear game where most of your second decisions are locked anyway. So what the fuck is the point?
Well,
so my thing was, I was like, okay, how do I make this game better? How do I make this game feel like a real RPG? Because the biggest problem I have is that I think, you know that thing we were just talking about? Like, why do they do it where the main storyline ends and you don't get to go back? Especially in open world games, right? Some open world games are very good at that, where they'll drop you in like before the end.
The last mission is on the map. Just don't go there.
Just don't
and you
go
can keep
there.
playing.
And then some missions are like GTA, where it's like, no, you finished the game, just go play.
Yep.
And it's taken into the storyline, and there's like additional things you can do that are also like, my thing that would have been really cool is if there was an invisible game, and this is the thing that people might not be okay with, but if there was an invisible game timer that with every mission you did, that was side mission, you are slowly but surely building up to the loss of consciousness. And then, because the fact that like Johnny, when he takes over V's body, is just using V's voice anyway, but like lower, just have an ending be that Johnny takes over. And if you are engaging in a relationship with him that's positive, he reminds you, hey, wake up, you got to get me out of your head. And if you're an asshole to him, he doesn't remind you about the time you're wasting. And either A, he takes over and you play as Johnny the rest of the fucking game.
And once you hit, yeah.
And then you just hit whatever ending after that. Or B, you remove Johnny and just play the rest of the game as V. Something, anything to make it feel like make a
decision.
Yeah.
You want to make a decision.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They didn't want to make that game. Well, they did. A lot of people did.
A lot of people did.
A lot of people did.
A lot of people wanted to make a fucking game.
But not the people that mattered. Not them.
It makes no fucking sense. It doesn't. It's like, what were they? And then if you go, and then like, you know what the best? So guess who came back out of his fucking grave again? Kroby Cat released his fucking 41-minute opus.
Oh, Phil. Oh, Phil.
What?
Oh, Phil. I don't know who the fuck that.
You've seen his videos. You want to know how? Battleborn. I'm slowly drifting to the new. If I pull up that fucking video, not just Battleborn or Lawbreakers. He's the one who makes all of the like failure videos for AAA video games. You've seen them. I know you have.
Okay.
100%.
Well, quiz me.
So
after.
Yeah, when you see, so Kroby Cat is a guy who makes all these videos. It's a 41-minute magnum opus showing all the lies, all the deception, every bit of marketing that's all about like take over Night City how you see fit, go and do things outside of like the world. You know,
You can
in Night City you can become. Why do you come?
Do you even get an answer? I think you do get an answer for those questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. There are some solid ideas. Like I said, remember that one mission I told you about? Solid fucking sci-fi in that game. But it's locked behind so much awful, mediocre dribble that it doesn't make sense to me that so many people like this fucking game. But I really think it's because a lot of people's expectations for the AAA market have just been fucking dashed to where they're just like in that abusive ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend relationship. Like, they'll change, I swear it. And then they get the game and then go, no, I deserve this.
Yeah, for me, it's very top-down versus bottom up, or it's I guess it's more so looking from the outside in versus the inside out.
Yeah.
Of like, if you're on the outside of and it's not even just are you on the outside of video games? Are you on the outside of the cyberpunk genre? Are you outside of the RPG genre? What part of it are you? No, not you. But what I'm saying is
the thing that what I'm telling you is that's not what's happening.
But it can't just be I'm stupid, but I like the game.
But it is, Max. That's what I'm saying.
But what you're saying is that people that you know that play video games, is this their first bad take?
Probably. I'll be honest.
So they're just suddenly stupid because of this game.
Not stupid. Okay, that's not fair. I think the thing is
they're suddenly ignorant. They're suddenly ignoring key features because of this game.
If you waited long enough for a title, and you put a lot of time into it, and there's elements that are enjoyable in it, enough to a point where I can turn around and go, yeah, Cyberpunk was a video game. I guess you can turn and say, yes, I love this. But my thing, and the thing that I'm desperately trying to be negative about this, but it doesn't make no fucking sense to me, is that there are people out there who do know better, who have been on board, who are vehemently against AAA market business decisions, and they're like, no, it's okay. And I'm like, I think it's because they just don't want to feel dumb.
This might just be their one.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's 100% fine.
Be their one. It's a shame.
If there's a one to have, it's the one where everyone, including the developers, got lied to.
Yeah.
But to sit there and to act like there's nothing super negative with it.
No,
I think there hasn't been many people that I know personally doing that, but I have seen that.
And that's the distinction I make, is because it's like, yeah, I still like it, but defending this broken lie made off of the corpses of developers.
That's the people I'm upset with.
That's the people that you should be upset with.
Right. Yes. That's the people I'm like, the people who shouldn't be
defending.
Maybe
you shouldn't have lived in Poland. Those people.
Yeah, like I can't stress enough that I do not want to the only reason why I keep having to bring it up is because if we don't talk about it in the negative sense, and we keep saying like, well, I love it. What can I just love it? Because the thing that you love is a lie. Because the thing that you are appreciating and putting forth your effort into, you are being abused. You as a consumer are being abused. It's like trying to shake someone out of a fucking line, going, "Get out!"
But also, I see like, if you weren't following it, you got it as a gift for Christmas. You're like, oh, well, I enjoyed it. Then like, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't have patience for blind ignorance anymore. I don't. I think in the interconnected age that we exist, where every single news story gets people. Yes, they are. It's not even blind ignorance anymore. It's full on. I'm not paying attention. I'm not at the. I do not believe that people are just ignorant to shit anymore. They just aren't paying attention anymore. That's the point where I'm like, because I've talked to people and they go, if I'm connected to every single thing, how can I ever enjoy anything? It's like, yeah. Kind of like how it is kind of weird how maybe we should talk about that. Maybe, right? You know, maybe we should sit there and kind of come together and go, this all sucks, let's change it, as opposed to, if I just didn't pay attention to it, it goes away.
Yeah, and for me, again...
If I didn't see it, it's news to me. Hey, sure, back in the day, the newspaper and the TVs, if you're too busy working your fucking, death-defying 9-to-5 job...
And and again, the point I always take is that a majority of the copies of Cyberpunk that got sold to consumers were sold to people who will probably never hear about this ever. They'll just never hear about any of what's going on. Is that right? No.
I don't believe that when it's being reported on major news outlets. This is full on.
Well, it is now that the government is getting involved.
It is
literally
full on chosen ignorance at that point, that is the point where I'm like.
But leading up to this, like, well, obviously before this article came out, but like even a little bit after release of the game, within a reasonable doubt, there are odds are that most of the people who bought Cyberpunk would not have heard about this, because usually you don't.
Right, but I can't stress enough to you that those people who I've talked to and have been like, well, I mean, every game's got crunched. And I said, yeah, that sucks. Why aren't we talking about that? Why aren't we doing anything about that?
Well, yeah,
well, what could I do? You could talk about it. You could make it a thing.
Yeah, okay.
You can do what's happening with Cyberpunk and go, there is a fucking problem here.
Okay, we're definitely arguing about different things, because the stance I'm taking is simply like, yeah, I bought the game, I like the game, I don't like crunch. Then I'm like I said, CEOs are already paid, the developers are already crunched.
Yes, but the thing that you're saying is that how would they know? I don't believe that, because everyone's on the internet now. Everyone has a fucking news outlet of some sort. It's being reported on TV. Like, unless you are completely disconnected, which if you are playing Cyberpunk, you're not.
So then,
you're just not.
Okay, so then I bought Cyberpunk, right? I'm not on Twitter every single day. I bought Cyberpunk, I played it, and I liked it. I see the news. Oh no, Cyberpunk was...
Well, it's not even news. It's off the fucking PS4 store.
Okay, but all that happens, right? All that happens. I'm now sitting with a copy of Cyberpunk that I liked. All of this comes afterwards. It's not something I deal with every day. It's not something I think about every day.
You can still like it, but you can't act ignorant to it.
Okay, but what do you want me to do? Do you want me to say I don't like it?
No, I want you to understand that.
You want me to speak up? I work a 9-to-5 job. I got a kids in school. I just played this so that I could play something
and now
every
you
2
see
hours
my
a day.
problem. Now you see my problem.
What do you want me to do?
This is one of my problems. This is exactly the response to every single problem in the world. What do you want me to do about it? Fucking something. I don't know, dude. Like, just say something.
What I'm asking is, I'm not asking like, what do you want me to do? There's nothing I could do. My question is, do you want me to return the game to the store? Do you want me to call CD Projekt Red? It's not that nothing should be done, because what do you do? It's what do you do? If you want to have a conversation about it,
if I'm being selfish,
what do you do?
If I'm being selfish,
yes,
return your copy.
Return your copy.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if I'm being selfish, and I'm not going to sit there and I want to be 100% before you fucking go off.
Okay.
I want to be 100% clear. That is not the correct route to appease just me. It's not. What I'm saying is there are a lot of people who turn a blind eye on every level. And we're not talking about shitty people being shitty, right? Like we talked about earlier, where it's like after some point you can't worry about every little thing because you won't be able to enjoy anything.
Yes.
But when there is so much clear evidence of like mistreatment, lies, so the game you got is not the game that was sold to you.
Yes. So now
and you are still and like you like the experience, that's when I turn around and go, so you don't know. And I can't be upset at that.
Yes.
But then I tell you that and they go, well, don't I know? And I go, you don't know what the good is. Like,
well, okay.
So I go,
so
and,
now,
and that goes back into the same thing that you and I disagree on every single time, which is objective versus subjective liking of things. That always turns around to, is there an issue where knowing too much about a particular mechanic or how a game is supposed to be created, are you just making it harder for yourself to have that mentality of, well, I liked it, because that's where I'm at, is because I know about it, because I'm so intrinsically involved in the process of the concept of like learning about these things and knowing about it. I now my personal, this is me just ranting, right? Because it's our podcast. So, but in real life, if someone comes up to me and says, I like Cyberpunk because of this, I go, cool.
Yes.
Like what I want is selfish. I want CD Projekt Red to burn, not entirely, not like the KyoAni fucking thing. No. But I want the Polish government to seize 10% of their fucking assets. Yeah. I want these people to from CD Projekt Red, every single developer to get a new job somewhere else.
Yes.
I want these things to happen because I want the people who are in charge to be punished. No. These are all selfish things, but selfish in the sense that I think that they are serving the greater fucking good. My issue is always going to be, I don't believe people when they say I didn't hear about it. When you are involved in something and you pick something up, like, dude, great reminder, Friday Night Funkin', like, that's a simple, stupid fucking game. Even I heard about that, and I wasn't even looking up anything on it. It was just like because I just happened to be like, oh, let's see if there's going to be updates. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but
if you like something, you're going to look into it more, no matter what happens. So you have the information because you're looking. Because in today's day and age, if you're playing a video game, you're going to pick it up.
Okay.
You're going to go, okay, cool, I beat it. When's the next DLC coming? Oh. Okay. So that's where I'm at, where I'm like, you can no longer feign ignorance. You can't. It's impossible in today's day and age. In a pandemic age where everyone's online doing nothing else.
Yes. It's you definitely have a lot more free time to look into these sorts of things. Which is why I'm saying, you should.
I agree. You are correct. I am not going to go to every single person I know's house in this room
reclaim their copy of
Cyberpunk. What I will do is I will say, do you acknowledge all of the wrongdoings? Yes? Fine, that's all I care about.
Okay.
Can you take that going forward and then
for your next informed purchase
and make a decision? Or are you just going to keep feigning ignorance and acting like it isn't a problem because you don't want to be bothered? Okay. That's where I cut it off.
And again, the point I stand on is, of course, when you like something that may not be objectively good and also hasn't caused 500 developers to almost die. That is a separate thing, where as soon as you learn about that, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that knowledge, because returning the game doesn't fix it.
Because you know what the thing is that when you talk about the reasons why games are intrinsically bad nowadays, it's not because there's bad developers. No. There's the occasional rare choice where there's a bad game made by people who don't know what the fuck they're doing.
True.
But when you talk about the AAA space, when a bad game is brought up, it's not because of the developers. It's because they were crunched. and thrown into the fucking bus, and every single thing that you can point at has a thorough line of just miserable bullshit. And then you look at Red Dead Redemption 2. Everyone loves Red Dead Redemption 2. But then Nakey Jakey fucking releases a video and goes, hey, Red Dead Redemption 2's mission objectives are not that important. They're not that great. All of a sudden, everyone turns around. I just think people are stupid by choice. And this is what it always comes back to, is that you like the game because you don't know. Because you don't know. And then someone gives you that knowledge and you go, oh, I guess not. And that's the thing I dislike, is that it's like, if you are not working to inform yourself and then get informed of something and then change your opinion immediately.
The change immediately.
But that happens
weird
all the fucking time. Case in point, Donkey's fucking FF7 remake review, where he doesn't like the fucking game and he misrepresented every single part of it.
And he donkey videoed
it.
So when I defend people who like the probably bad game, it's always under the impression, or it's just like, oh yeah, but all this stuff is wrong with it. But I don't know, man. I just still like it.
You know what?
What changes is everything is bad about it. Oh, I guess everything. Yeah, if you're fickle, if you're like back and forth, and you're just like, oh, I like it. No, you don't. I guess I don't. That's when I lose respect.
But that's the majority of people, Max. That's the reason why I'm fucking upset.
I've never defended them ever once.
Okay, but this is
I'm
why
only defending people who's like, Ghost of Tsushima. It's kind of a boring AAA game. I don't know, man. I still kind of like parts of it. There's a lot in it that is just, from like an objective good standpoint, it doesn't do anything different, doesn't innovate in any way. It doesn't, I mean, besides an art style, there's nothing else going on in that game. If games like that continue to get made, it's just going to be it's the PlayStation open world game.
Actually, the Japanese lip sync is really bad, 0 out of 10. But I get you mean.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But even then, it's that game didn't, to my knowledge, that game didn't hurt anybody. It's a functional game.
To our knowledge.
To my knowledge, that game didn't hurt anybody. It's just a boring game that buying and supporting will result in more boring open world games.
You know what my response to that is? Every single time?
Yeah.
I wish I could like it. It's not, I think it's bad. I said, I wish it was for me. Because I think that narrows it down. Where it's like, I gave it a shot, wasn't my thing. Cool. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's try the next one. That's how I disseminate most, because like I said, I do have some pretty incendiary takes sometimes. I get that.
No, they don't come out in public. That's what the podcast is for.
Like I don't fucking go around and fucking like this heated personality is because Max is my best friend and he can handle my fucking shit.
I was like, I can't take Phil fucking anywhere, because if the waiter walks by and he's wearing a Cyberpunk shirt, Phil's gonna punch him right in the mouth. Right.
If people talk to me about Cyberpunk, you know what I say? Oh yeah, no, I really love this one mission. I don't try to make it a negative experience, at least in a real setting.
No.
If I'm online on my own Twitter account, yeah, I'm gonna fucking put CDPR on blast. Hell yeah, fuck them, dude.
Yeah.
But like, if I'm out and about and everyone's like, "Did you hear about the Cyberpunk thing?" and I go, "No, what's that about?" Like, what's this? I've played the game. How did you like it? It was okay. I liked it. It was pretty cool. There was a lot of cool stuff, and that's it. And you know what that is? That's choosing your battles, man. That's just fundamentally choosing your battles. But if there are people I know that I know have, and they give EA shit, they give BioWare shit, they give Activision shit for the crunch, and then CDPR is like,
no,
it's a slippery slope. Get the fuck out of here.
I have and always defend the one point I oppose you on is the mediocre game that comes out, and it's like, I like this mediocre game. I like it. I may not know better. You tell me these things that are mediocre about it, and I understand what you're saying.
No, I agree with you.
I still like it.
I've come around, and I agree with you.
That is the only thing I have ever defended.
Right.
Is that.
Right. But I still do think on some level that's because of the fact that they don't know better.
It could be because they don't know better. I don't think they have to know better. And I don't think...
But
if they
don't,
wanted
that thing that we talked about with AAA developers doing cool ideas, that's why they don't.
But
because they keep buying the mediocre ones and going, it was really great.
But if
and they keep liking mediocre things and we don't push anything forward, then there's no such thing as true innovation.
But
so you
I don't want innovation. I want
like,
that game that I like. And
okay.
I don't think that is... I don't think you should be made to feel bad that it's like, if you like this game, you are not pushing the medium forward. It's like, bro, I just like the game. I don't know, man.
Okay, so it's not even just about that. It's just like, I don't think they really like it. I've met normies who just, I go, what do you like about this game? And they go, I don't know.
It's fun. I don't know, man. I click the
so
button
what's,
and he
so
does
what's
the
fun
move.
about it?
I hit the button, he do the moves.
You know what that is to me? A lack of critical thinking skills. I don't have a whole lot of great ones. I'm very fucking...
I play an hour of video games when I come home a couple times a week from work.
Yeah.
I play it to unwind.
Guess
I just
what?
like this game.
When I'm passionate about a medium and of being a storytelling medium, I don't want to be told that you just come over and slap the buttons. That sucks. Because that means that nothing's going to get done.
I'm sorry, but you're a weird minority of people.
Yeah.
And you gotta
shit, asshole.
You gotta hold the L. I don't think that makes you a bad person if you come home and you just play the game.
They're not bad people.
Hour.
They're not bad people.
I think you can just
They're
like
just
that.
stupid.
You know?
Being dumb isn't being bad. Buying the Madden game you enjoy doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you a stupid person.
Listen.
And there's a lot of really amazing, stupid people I know.
I play Madden with my friends. He throws the football. I like it. Is it the same thing every year? Yeah. I like it, though.
Can you look me in the eye and say that? Do you not agree with that assessment?
Do not agree. What assessment? That it's not pushing the medium
They're
forward?
not bad people. They're stupid.
Stupid's not the word.
Don't know better?
No, I do think that they might not know better, but I don't think they should be
so
required
what's the
to
word?
know. I don't think if you play Cyberpunk... Again, when I say this, I'm assuming the game came out and it functioned. And there was no crunch. I don't think to play a game like
If there was no crunch, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
No,
it was mediocre and move on.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think to play the new Cyberpunk shooter AAA game that was just released to the public, this is for you. This is for normal people. I don't think you should have to go and play the original Deus Ex.
If you can't tell me what you enjoy about something, you don't enjoy it. You're just watching it. You're just looking at it. You're consuming content.
I don't think
How the fuck does that not? How does that not translate?
But what I'm saying, that makes sense. I've never had a conversation where someone's like, I don't know what I like about. You might know stupid people.
I might know stupid people.
I think you just know stupid people because even like the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life, if I asked them what they liked about something, they could tell me. And even if I go, well, there's better versions of that, or you could be enjoying something a lot more if you play this instead.
You know how I do that? I go, dude, have you tried this? It's pretty similar.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fine.
You know what they say?
That's a fine.
No, it's not that great. I'm like, and I'm like, okay, so let me try to back off and go, parse everything.
I grew up knowing people who played...
No, they're just dumb. Fuck.
I grew up knowing people who preferred God of War. They said, yeah, I tried Bayonetta. I didn't like the way it played. I'm like, all right, man. Then you can just play God of War. It's okay. I'll just play Bayonetta.
I think it's just one of those things where
fine.
it's like the music thing.
There's so many...
Because I listen to everything, because I play everything. Movies, I'll never fucking... I will put this out there right now. Don't ever fucking trust my opinions on movies. I know nothing about the art of filmmaking.
Yeah, your favorite series is Fast and the Furious.
Fast and Furious. That's where you can turn to me and go...
for mouth breathers.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, the cargo vroom, and that's it.
There's a lot more than cargo vroom.
A lot of things.
Vingo vroom.
Vingo vroom. That's why his name starts
Vingo
with a V.
vroom, let it go.
They knew what they would...
Look,
Yeah.
look. I've come around to a point where in in most cases, I am not going to be the kind of person who attempts to try to sit there and do that. What I instead try to do, because it's an asshole thing to do, what I instead try to do is be like, hey, this thing that, is way better, or like, have you tried this thing that's similar? Here's a couple things I think it does better. And they turn to me and they look at all my examples and they go, nah. I'm like, then I don't know. Like, I can't figure that out. Then it's like, really, in the grand scheme of it all, it is objectively a better decision, but it might require more execution. It might require a little bit more work. And I think that's where the disconnect is.
Why are you trying to complicate me coming home and playing a video game?
Because video games are more than that.
And here's my end goal: is everything is like, if too many people like boring games and only boring games
what?
get
You know what
made,
it is? It's not me complicating it. It's me going.
It's you trying to share the medium that you love.
Yes, and then people turning around and not saying I don't get it, saying I don't like it because I won't give it the shot I gave it is not even enough. Like, it's just like the Nier Automata thing,
Phil,
where it's like
nobody understands people not liking something because they didn't give it a shot more than me. But at the end of the day, the thing I like is still getting made, so I'll just enjoy it. The idea that people...
But the thing I like isn't getting made. The game experiences I want are few and far between. Maybe. The things that I... You know what the fucking thing is? And here's the whole fucking rub of it. Here's a really good example. Lost Planet 2.
Yes.
Sure, it didn't age well in some regards. Controls are not that great. In terms of co-op experiences, it's one of the fucking best. It just is. Is it perfect? No. Does it need work? Yes. Did anyone try to cultivate on it? Fucking no one.
Was there not a 3?
Wasn't a co-op game. It was completely single player.
It was?
And it was made by a Western developer.
Oh, fair enough.
It was in that heyday of Capcom going, we don't want to make video games at all, and just fucking throwing it to like anybody who would pick up the fucking license.
Yeah.
I look at Cyberpunk, and I go, maybe I don't get Bethesda games because I don't like the setting. Here's Cyberpunk. Here's a setting you're enjoying. Here's a developer you love. It comes out. It's nothing. It's nothing I want. I was lied to. And it happens consistently. Over and over and over and over. And then I turn around and I go, I'm not the only one. I'm not going crazy here, right? Like, this is a bad game, right? And then someone goes, no, you're wrong.
I like it.
And I go, oh, maybe I am. And then in my head I go, no, I know I'm not. But if I say otherwise, they'll call me a hater. They'll say that I'm just too into it. Just expect too much of video games. It's just toys, right? It's all just toys. They're not storytelling mediums that could move anybody. They're not vehicles for that, that can actually help people with disabilities actively get better. They're nothing more than small little toys. And at the end of the day, when I look in the sky and I think about all the things that I'm very passionate about, and there's people out there who only see it for a speck, I get a little upset. So, in situations like this, especially a speck that is created on the backs of hardworking individuals who never get to see the dream that they wanted accomplished. Imagine watching an industry you love forever and a day, consistently, and the only response people ever fucking have is, they should have seen it coming. Isn't that a little fucking frustrating? Just a bit?
Not really. I played 13 Sentinels instead.
Cool. Can I borrow it?
Yes, you could borrow it.
Awesome.
No, and that is frustrating. And again,
it's utterly frustrating. There's no explanation I have for it other than I'm sorry that I'm autistic like this. But the fact of the matter remains is that, like, there are better experiences out there, that there are some people I know who just, like, not even, like, and not even
give it a shot.
Right. And it's like, if the conversation was, doesn't seem like my thing, I go, perfect, no problem. It's when those same people turn to me and they're like, it's kind of bad. And I'm like, you're kind of stupid. It's and like, I see the Godhand IGN 2 review and I go, that guy's fucking wrong. I see Jim Sterling Vanquish 2 review, like the Vanquish 2 out of 10 review, that guy's fucking wrong. And I'm like, But then, how does that separate me from the hive, who are just like, why isn't it 7? Why isn't it 8? Why isn't it 9? And then the imposter syndrome kicks in, and suddenly you realize you acting real fucking sus. True. True though.
Dude,
True.
how do you think I feel? A Bean game comes out, right? And everyone loves Bean game. I hate Bean game. I tell them there's better games without beans in them. And they look at me and they go, I would rather play the game with the bean in it. You acting kind of sus right now, bro. And I go, that's not true.
True. Factual.
Accurate. I don't know. And again, I guess it's just because I don't have that experience.
Nier Automata succeeding was a fucking fluke. It was a karmic fucking entity that just existed and then out of nowhere, and I'm glad it did, but fuck me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't want perfect games. I want games that try something better.
Yeah. Imagine going to a university for an industry you thought you had interest in before realizing that no one would ever want to make what you wanted to make. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. It just wouldn't happen at any point. And so you're just like, well.
But I hear that and I see people doing the thing I want to do. And it's like, that's where I get the hope, right?
And that's the thing
where
is, like, I say it all the time.
Like that guy who's making Arbiter on Twitter, that fucking really cool hack and slash like game from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, and then like Lost Soul aside, that all like there are people out there doing the cool things that I want, and like also trying to translate it to like a mainstream line. And I'm saying that the obvious joke here is I am the barometer of all and any good experiences.
No, because that's me.
Oh my fucking god.
And that's where my worry about it is significantly less, is because there are just so many video games and they're always being made. And if a AAA team isn't working on what you want,
but it's getting
then a smaller team is 9 times out of 10.
But it's one of those things where it's just getting too much. Like, I'd understand if it was like, out of 10 AAA titles that release, I get 4 or 5 that are relatively good, or that are enjoyable, or trying something new. No, most of the 10 releases that I get are almost always the same old bullshit. 2020 was a fucking weird landmark year, in that one of the most exciting games for me was a fucking remake, and what was it? An indie game. Like, in the AAA market, I don't remember anything else that I really enjoyed last year.
I can't remember anything that came out last year.
Yeah.
But
Doom Eternal came out. I'm fucking like, all right, that's okay. It's better than Doom 1. People don't think that. Or Doom 2016.
Okay. I was gonna say it's probably better than the first Doom.
It's a little better than the first 2.
Yeah. A lot of people play video games now. So, like, let's say, obviously, this isn't even a feigning ignorance thing. Obviously, we feel a lot of the burnout from, like, repeated AAA releases. Like,
yes.
This is the same fucking shit I played that came out last year. Or that came out 5 times this year.
Mm-hmm.
So then, what say you to the person, again, is just like, I picked this up. I haven't played anything like this. Besides, here's where you go next. That's the best thing you would do, right? And this isn't saying that you again, not that you can't do anything. It's just going forward.
You know what the thing is with Cyberpunk, though?
I stopped talking about Cyberpunk so long ago.
I know,
that game is fucked.
I know, but here's the thing. And I will relent on this. There is no other game like it right now.
This is true in more ways than one.
Yeah. And it's like, if you like that broken, sodded fucking mess of a game, have you tried Skyrim? Probably right up your alley.
I think to a degree is with Cyberpunk, and I guess this can be what we end on, is that they were kind of right they made The Witcher 3. So it didn't matter what the fuck they released. The amount of people I know, again, I use work as a general example for like normal people that I would associate with. Amount of people I know who don't play a lot of video games but fucking love The Witcher 3. It's like, yeah, man, Witcher 3, I put like 100 hours in that game. Popular game.
You ready to watch Fast and Furious 1 yet?
It could release anything. No, I'm exhausted. I was ready to watch it 2 hours ago. We should have ended the stream.
We're watching it.
No.
Yeah, come on. I'm literally putting myself at risk. Come on.
Yeah, this movie sucks. You're in trouble.
It's not great. So you gotta...
Anyway,
hey everybody, welcome back to the podcast.
So look forward to this podcast, I guess, going up on YouTube, potentially Spotify, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Look forward to the Jump King edit down. Don't expect it for like a month though, or something. That shit's a lot. Are you playing anything?
Oh man, I don't know. So I'm really at the point where I keep wanting to jump into Trails of Cold Steel and finally just putting all my effort into putting that up there. But then I keep bouncing back and forth between that idea, finally taking on the Yakuza series, or just flat out starting Aegis Sentinels, 13 Rim Pacifics, whatever the fuck that.
Play that game
name.
before it starts getting spoiled for you.
Yeah, it hasn't really been. I think it's kind of hard to spoil that game in a sense of like.
I could tell you one sentence and it'll ruin the entire game for you.
Oh, really?
That's the level of spoiler you need to avoid.
Oh, fuck.
Because everything is a progression, and it goes on. And obviously, everything's a progression. That was a stupid sentence. But every reveal progresses slowly and slowly and slowly. And if I give you one, all of the ones that come before it become nullified. If I gave you one sentence, I could ruin 13 Sentinels right now for all of you.
Okay.
You cannot dilly-dally, shilly-shally dilly-dally. And in fact, when you stream it, just shut the chat off. Because some person's going to come in and like, oh my god, I can't even joke. I'm so scared. I'll come up with a joke that's too close to anything.
All right. So, I mean, yeah.
Emote only. No. That won't work.
Listen. Yeah, okay, fine. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off of Aegis 13 and just start streaming it.
Just start it, and it's Aegis.
Is it Aegis?
It is 100% Aegis.
Okay.
Is it supposed to be Aegis? I don't know.
I don't know
but
anymore.
That's how everybody says it. So
I'll
that's
take
what
your
I'm
word
going
for
with.
it, bro. I don't really care anymore.
We need to watch Ben and Arthur. You're right.
We do.
You're right. Cancel Fast and the Furious. It's Ben and Arthur time.
Can we watch Ben and Arthur on stream?
No. Probably not. Unless it's on Amazon, then maybe. Is it on the list?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, then probably.
Yeah.
Do you have to pay for it?
No.
Then probably. Hey, maybe you hit the stream button so that when we get taken down, it's not my fault. I can't hold two L's.
They won't ban us forever, will they?
They will IP ban you. You will not be able to open Twitch.
Fuck.
So look forward to the
Isn't
first.
that freeing though?
No,
I don't.
YouTube. I don't really use this platform for anything besides this.
I would expect our last Twitch stream to be Ben and Arthur, and our new YouTube stream to be.
I was gonna say,
Aegis 13.
or our first YouTube stream to be Ben and Arthur. Yeah. As far as what I'm gonna be doing, like I said at the end of Jump King, I have a collection of wacky PS1 games I'd like to go through, get back to basics. A nice maybe 2 to 3 hour stream, perhaps.
Is that the one we were talking about?
Some of the games are from that.
Oh, can I be there?
Sure. And other than that, I decided, fuck it, we'll play Shadow.
Hey!
We'll play Shadow, because I think now that I have built up my stream endurance, we're going to get all the endings in one stream. All 48 of them.
Are you using that?
My lamp?
Your Switch.
Oh. I mean, kinda.
Fuck.
That's my Tetris machine.
I was gonna see if I can play Monster Hunter Rise.
It's my spell bubble machine.
Your what?
My Toho spell bubble machine.
Hey, this is after the stream. Did you see the Neptunia Feast virtual YouTuber thing?
I mean, like when it got announced.
You see the gameplay?
It's like a shooter. It's like
Yeah,
it's
looks
like,
good.
It's like a slippy slidey shooter.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck's happening, and then
Looks pretty good.
you call in fucking strikers.
Yeah, dude. I'm pretty excited.
I mean, not streaming it.
I mean, I'm streaming it.
Good luck. I won't be there.
Why?
I'm not Neptunia guy.
But you're a virtual beat.
No,
Corona time.
I think it's a lot funnier if you just don't know who any of these people are and they just pop up and tell you things.
Yeah, all right, I'll stream it.
Look forward to Phil's solo stream of Neptunia.
Why don't you love me?
Because you don't like to play good games.
Like what?
Like anything.
Like, oh, give me one.
There aren't any. There are no good games.
You were about to say something.
That's why you talk on stream and I do Photoshop and make sprite comics. Because there are no good games.
There are no good games. You're completely correct. Expect more of you from up here because there's nothing else to play and enjoy. We love you guys. Goodbye.
Play us out. I'd have to open it. Never mind. The stream